Hi, everyone. We're just waiting for the YouTube live stream to begin, so give us one moment. Okay, we are now live. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And I just want to tell everyone that this event is being recorded and it is also being live streamed. My name is Daniela Gerdovich, and I'm the curator and author of ArchAgenda Debates. I'm the founder of ArchAgenda, a program partner of the Chicago Architecture Biennial. And the title of this year's biennial is The Available City. Co-moderating with me today is Lars van Vienen, who is the founder of Scape Agency in Amsterdam. Today's event launches a series of ArchAgenda Debates online events that will occur every Saturday from now until December 4th, starting at 11 a.m. Central Time every Saturday. The upcoming events are as follows. On October 30th, Patrik Schumacher from Zaha Hadid Architects will give a keynote address. On November 6th, Alicia Nahmad and Shajay Bhooshan are also giving keynotes in a joint event. And on November 13th, SOM is doing a Chakucha style set of presentations with panel discussions. On November 20th, we have Theodore Spyropoulos presenting a keynote as well. And on November 27th, we have Jimenez Lai and Stephen M. Johnson presenting together. And finally, we end on December 4th with Design Morphine, which is an advanced computational design company, but they're going to also be talking about the new online school that they just launched this year. If you're interested in these events, please visit the Chicago Architecture Biennial event calendar for registration and details. And all of these are free events. They are all online and you can register via link. Everybody who is attending today will receive links to those registration sites. So to give you a little background about myself, I'm a designer, researcher, educator, and scholar with over 25 years of international experience as an architectural designer and technologist on complex mixed-use urban developments, such as Burj Khalifa in Dubai, which is the world's tallest building, the Pearl River Tower in Guangzhou, which is the first net zero energy super tall tower, and the Shanghai North Bund Wide Magnolia Plaza. I taught for over 15 years, most recently as full-time graduate faculty and thesis chair at Harrington College of Design, and part-time at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. Sorry. I'm the founder of ArchAgenda LLC, which is Chicago-based, and an official program partner of the Chicago Architecture Biennial. I am the curator and author of ArchAgenda Debates and the strategist and curator of Liberland design competitions. I'm also the co-curator of parametricism.com, together with Patrik Schumacher and Lars van Vienen, and co-author of the 2020, or co-curator, I should say, of the 2020 Free Private Cities Architecture Symposium. I hold a bachelor degree in fine arts from the School of the Art Institute, a master of architecture from the University of Illinois at Chicago, and I am currently a PhD candidate in computational and architectural design theory at the European Graduate School in Switzerland under the very patient supervision of Patrik Schumacher. So I will give Lars van Vienen a chance to introduce himself now. He is co-moderating with me. So Lars, if you would please take it away.
Thanks, Daniela. I'm Lars van Vienen. I'm a meta designer and founder of Scape Agency. And I proceed from a background in interactive art, experience design, and parametric architecture. and I explore the convergence of synthetic biology, material science, AI, and robotic construction in order to concurrently operate across scales and mediate between the natural and artificial. I exert computation or computational design. I launched Scape Agency in 2020, which is a spatial innovation collective in which we dream, discover, and design the everyday of tomorrow. Our mission is to naturalize the artificial into livable and sustainable scapes that spark the imagination and inspire future generations. We operate in unison through a metadisciplinary network of artists, designers, but also engineers and scientists. And together we blend creative thinking and emerging tech into spatial interventions that create a brighter perspective for people and planet. Thank you for the intro, Daniela, and let's move on.
Thank you very much, Lars, and thanks so much for this collaboration too on this particular event. So I want to mention a few things. This event, ArchAgenda Debates, Cyber Urban Incubators in the Blockchain Metaverse, is a 2-day event, and we have 7 presenters on each day, but all the presenters from both days are invited to participate in the panel discussion. So today we will have 11 or 12 people in total. We will begin with the presentations, followed by panel discussion that will last about an hour and a half, and ending with Q&A in the last half hour. But please feel free to start asking questions in the Q&A box. We will not take any questions that come in through the chat, so thank you. So our panelists, I will introduce all of them, and I will begin with the 7 that are speaking today. So the 7 speakers today are Patrik Schumacher, principal of Hadid Architects, Vít Jedlička, who is the president of the Free Republic of Liberland, the world's newest micronation, Shajay Bhooshan, who's the head of Hadid Architects Computation and Design, ZHACode, Twobadour, who is the steward of Metapurse, the world's biggest NFT fund, Dan Mapes, who's the founder of Verses and author of The Spatial Web, Sara Schnatt, who's a senior lead UX designer for mission systems at NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and Sofiane Delloue, who is the founder of Newlife.ai. The presenters on October 23rd are Philippe Morel, who's currently a professor at Bartlett School of Architecture, UCL, but also is affiliated with many other entrepreneurial ventures and schools. Martin E. Rosenberg, who's an independent scholar and research associate at the New Center for Research and Practice. R.Neumayr, who's an architect, researcher, educator, and writer, and currently a lecturer at the Institute of Structure and Design at the University of Innsbruck. Alicia Nahmad Vasquez, who is the founder of Architecture Extrapolated. Vera Kichanova, who is a professional researcher at Hadid Architects and a PhD scholar. Mohsin Massoud, who is the founder and CEO of ARKU, formerly known as Tokenism, and Scott Bayer, who is an urban affairs analyst and founder of the Market Urbanism report. So now what I'll do is I'll open this with a description about the scope and agenda of this event and what we're trying to cover. The ArchAgenda debates aim to spark lively and candid exchange on 21st century societal paradigm shifts fueled by globally distributed cloud communities, emerging economies, new governance models, novel design agendas, and innovative technologies that transform social synergies, entrepreneurial opportunities, and the process of building cities. The 2021 edition of ArchAgenda Debates will focus on cyber urban incubators in the blockchain metaverse. Metaverses are most commonly described as gamified virtual reality worlds in which users interact with 3D computer-generated environments and other users in real time. But in a broader sense, Matthew Ball's description of the metaverse, which he refers to as the metaverse, as in singular metaverse, He foresees that it will emerge over the next 2 decades. And his view may better frame the radical societal transformations that it will bring about. So here's a quote from Matthew Ball. "The metaverse is an expansive network of persistent real-time rendered 3D worlds and simulations that support continuity and identity, objects, history, payments, and entitlements, and can be experienced synchronously by an effectively unlimited number of users, each with an individual sense of presence." But he also adds, quote, "Most commonly, the metaverse is misdescribed as virtual reality. In truth, virtual reality is merely a way to experience the metaverse. To say that virtual reality is the metaverse is like saying that the mobile internet is an app." End quote. The theme of the symposium attempts to respond to the following Chicago Architecture Biennial curatorial challenge that was written by David Brown. The available city directly confronts the often opaque process of how cities are designed and developed by proposing an inclusive and transparent design process. And I hope that we will be able to respond to this particular biennial challenge. So the fluidity, mobility, and dynamism of 21st century network society is transforming the way that we design cities. Current societal paradigm shifts are marked by an intensification in systems of communication, complexity, coevolution, responsiveness, and freedom. Urban design innovation is accelerated by the convergence of natural and artificial intelligence, the emergence of distributed peer-to-peer computational networks like blockchain, advancements in telecommunications, the explosion in real-time decision systems using big data with AI, and the movement towards knowledge economies anchored by research and development. In this context, the world is a laboratory, and I believe that entrepreneurship in the open market is the best avenue for creating material freedom and improving the quality of life for the greatest number of people. The emerging spatial web, Web 3.0, which revives the pioneering visions of the 1990s internet, is a disruptive innovation converging many disparate design professions that are already engaging in UX systems thinking, including architecture, filmmaking, urban design, fashion design, product design, and of course, communication and web design. The spatial web is a disruptive innovation in UX UI that brings the internet to the brink of a paradigm shift. Cyberspace is becoming the realm of 3D virtual reality metaverses that are a radical departure from familiar 2D internet interfaces. The most popular examples are massive multiplayer games like Fortnite and metaverses like Second Earth VR Chat and Second Life, to name but a few, in an ever-growing spatial web ecosystem. Architecture is UX for the built environment, a complex field that is deeply engaged with systems thinking and has many commonalities with communication design. The most innovative 21st century architecture is designed in the context of computationally empowered paradigms, using algorithmic design, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and robotics. Architects are digital natives, and we focus much of our energy on creating physical environments for social interaction and productivity. But we are now entering the realm of UX design for complex, real-time, multi-user interactions in virtual reality. Simultaneously, we are seeing a boom in the creative economy powered by blockchain. Most recently in the realm of virtual land development and NFTs, which are non-fungible tokens. A good example of massive blockchain-powered user-owned and user-designed metaverse is Decentraland. In the mainstream, blockchain is frequently mistaken as a synonym for cryptocurrency. However, blockchain is a profound technological paradigm shift. Its distributed, transparent, peer-to-peer computational networks enable trustless, secure global transactions between parties without intervening middlemen. As Melanie Swan wrote, We should think about the blockchain as another class of thing, like the internet, a comprehensive information technology with tiered technical levels and multiple classes of applications for any form of asset registry, inventory, and exchange, including every area of finance, economics, and money, hard assets such as physical property, and intangible assets such as votes, ideas, reputations, intention, health data, information, etc. End quote. To these categories, we add urban planning, architecture, and design. The blockchain metaverse can be theorized as the eighth mass media after print, recording, cinema, radio, television, internet, and mobile phones, with a crucial distinction that it is a decentralized mass media. And this attribute of decentralization is itself a transformative concept for urban design and development. Please consider the following questions. How can 21st century cities shed the current urban planning dogmas, such as rigid zoning and outdated design restrictions? And how can the metaverse contribute to this? Centrally controlled planning really actually still work. What can we learn from the visionary experimental innovations of startup societies, startup cities, and pop-up developments? Can entrepreneurial developers, politicians, economists, and architects devise transparent, participatory urban planning processes using the technologies of the spatial web, blockchain, computational design, high-fidelity game engines, artificial intelligence, and robotic fabrication? Can we press the reset button on our thinking about opportunities in governance, market economy, and architecture to tackle the complex, risky, and open-ended nature of urban design? How do virtual reality metaverses and augmented reality cyber-physical event scenarios transform the way designers approach the wicked problems of urban user experience and user interface? To kick off this event, Patrik Schumacher will give us a small preview of the Liberland Cyber Urban Incubator, a new metaverse that emerged from a long-standing collaboration between Liberland, Zaha Hadid Architects, ArchAgenda, along with a fantastic team from Metaverse that recently joined us. Liberland is the world's newest micronation, and we are honored today to have Vít Jedlička, the president of the Free Republic of Liberland, as one of our speakers. Liberland is an incubator for radical innovation in blockchain governance, blockchain economy, urban design, and social synergy creation that the Liberland Cyber Urban Incubator aims to first test in the metaverse and later actualize in real life. Liberland is founded on the idea that the societal movement towards individual and collective freedom, prosperity, and peace will emerge through the distributed intelligence of entrepreneurial innovators, acting as agents of change by cooperating and collaborating in novel ways, enabled by new technologies and disruptive innovations in the blockchain space. In this sense, Liberland's values are aligned with the techno-libertarian ideals that were first emerged in Silicon Valley in the early 1990s, when the internet was just beginning to gain footing. In the early days of the internet, cyberspace was anticipated to become an interactive spatial experience in real time. The Liberland Cyber Urban Incubator picks up where that early vision of cyberspace left off. Now I will tell you a bit about our first guest speaker, Patrik Schumacher, and then I'll hand it over to him. So Patrik Schumacher is an architect and architectural theorist. He's the principal of Zaha Hadid Architects, one of the most innovative architectural practices in the world. He joined Zaha Hadid in 1988. In 1996, he founded the London-based Architectural Association's Design Research Laboratory, which is known as AADRL, with Brett Steele, and continues to serve as one of its co-directors. Patrik studied philosophy and architecture at Bonn, London, and Stuttgart, and he received his diploma of architecture, in architecture. He completed his PhD at the Institute of Cultural Sciences, Klagenfurt University. He has been teaching at various architectural schools in Britain, continental Europe, and the USA since 1992. In 2011, Patrik published his first volume of his magnum opus, The Autopoiesis of Architecture, which is subtitled A New Framework for Architecture, followed by the second volume in 2012, which is subtitled A New Agenda for Architecture. He has published over 100 articles about architecture and parametricism and frequently delivers public lectures all over the world. So please take it away, Patrik.
Hi guys, thanks so much for the invitation and introduction. Wow, I'm super excited to present what we're sketching out currently in terms of a Liberland metaverse. Let me share my screen. I hope that's coming through. And let's kick it off.
Okay, we see.
Wait, yeah. I don't see the. Now we're going, yeah. Okay. So. Wow. Yeah, it's exciting to be with friends and colleagues and contributors also to this. And thanks, Daniela. You had a big role in this, and of course, Vít. We'll hear from him directly. This is a collaboration between Liberland and Hadid Architects, steered on and pushed along by Daniela's relentless steering. Liberland, it's Vít and Andre, and on the Zaha Hadid side, it's been me and Shajay, who've been for a year debating, discussing, brainstorming, and then recently we started to sketch out some things. So with Shajay's team, Vishu, Henry, and Cesar, plus it's a very small team, plus then Metaverse coming on as a technology partner. So just to put these credits in front, I guess we hear more from Vít, but I thought it makes no sense to talk about it without at least giving you a sense what Liberland is. It's that new micronation which Vít founded. There's this kind of no man's land between Croatia and Serbia, which none of the two countries are claiming, and Vít kind of charged on as a beautiful piece of green land directly on the Danube and said, this is now Liberland, the Free Republic of Liberland, and we're going to make a very free libertarian micronation here. Beautiful piece of land. So when I heard about it in 2015, I've been a libertarian for quite a while, and I had to meet Vít, and we made contact. I visited him in his headquarters in Prague, and I've been speaking in a number of Liberland conferences, and it's a great coincidence. Liberland, libertarianism, and the whole blockchain crypto ecosystem. It's fantastic synergy, and so the idea emerged relatively recently that I think Liberland will happen, and there are so many e-citizens or fans and citizens of Liberland around the world, but the idea to bring it out first as a virtual place is I think a very strong idea. So it's going to be Metaverse, and you mentioned Decentraland, and that's a fantastic project, and we're comparing and we're learning from Decentraland, but we also I think we can there's a space for us to charge forward and take some of that project further. And I will talk later about the differentiation. So one of the differentiations will be, it's a fantastic project, Decentraland, don't get me wrong, but when you arrive, you're arriving this kind of in the clouds. It doesn't really, you're not in the middle of a city. You don't have co-location synergies and intervisibility, and but you can kind of teleport to a series of spots and events. You can participate. This has been taking off quite a lot. So Decentraland is a great kind of challenge to work against, work with, and go beyond. So there's a glimpse of what we're going to have. We're going to fly into a city, and we're going to see NFT Plaza, DeFi Plaza, City Plaza, and various buildings and events, hopefully, which we can join. And so in a way, if you look at Decentraland, it's an all-encompassing world. There's going to be a lot of gambling, and there's a lot of gaming, and there's fashion and various districts, and there is already the kind of crypto district, Crypto Valley. Looks very small here, maybe it's a little bit larger on his abstract map. And in a way, I think that we want to focus with the Liberland Metaverse, addressing at least initially that crypto ecosystem community and focus on that. So it's a kind of crypto valley writ large. Crypto valley is interesting. So you have and you can see already the difference in aesthetics coming through here, but there is crypto conferences, a crypto conference center. There is various projects have kind of set foot there, and the headquarters of Polygon, and I think Metapurse is there, and various NFT companies. So it starts to be a community, and they have these events, conferences, or crypto valley job fair. So we can learn on that. So there is a market for that, and that community, and the idea of districts is interesting. And I think that, but it can also be freestanding. So here's what we kind of sketched out, and I'll show you a video later and go a few more details into what the spaces should be like. So differentiators that make the Liberland Metaverse special. First, investment in Liberland Metaverse means you're gaining a stake in Liberland proper. So there is some kind of, any investment there, you participate in Liberland. Should it come through, you have a stake, you have some sort of ownership or governance relationship with it, yet to be fully formalized. But I think that's very unique, that there is a real land. Second, this focus on the crypto ecosystem, on networking and collaboration rather than on entertainment as city functions. And the third, I hope, it's the urban architectural design. I mean, there is no kind of structure to that in Decentraland. And here you can see a glimpse when I talk about design, the kind of spaces we're looking at, we're developing, and I will tell you more about it later. We're looking also at the literal, the studying interaction situations, but also the iconography and semiology of these various spaces, and so you can find your way and use them. So, virtual Liberland, we had, the idea came up, and we asked ourselves, why blockchain? And I think the more we debated it throughout the year, the more it became clear that it's legitimacy, social legitimacy. An open platform like this, which invite everybody, even if it's a subsystem of world society, it should be open source, open platform, and should be in a way owned and governed by the contributors via a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization. So that's what we've come to realize. But also, secondly, it's very important, it's a low barrier funding route, ICO, tokenomics, etc. I think it has less complexity than other, let's say, more legacy modes of funding startup projects. So these are the two reasons which brought me fully over to that level. So now here we start. I wanted to, before I go into it with more detail, I want to show you first round of sketches. They came quite late. We've been talking and brainstorming for a year, and then we started sketching nearly just 2 months ago. And we have 2 iterations so far. So you can see the first seed cluster of buildings, and you see we're focusing a lot on the openness of a lot of activated outdoor spaces, so you can see overview everything when you kind of move in. And you don't need necessarily columns. First kind of let's say heuristics is you don't need so much structure, but this is for instance the DeFi plaza where you can orient yourself. There's an NFT plaza, and you can see the public space and the intervisibility, inter-awareness, the penetration and openness of the interior structures. There isn't, that distinction is very kind of loose. More about degrees of intervisibility and intimacy. There's nothing to do with the elements, which obviously. So these still early sketches, multi-project incubator buildings, as well as individual headquarters. We can tap into several years of research now at ADRL with these kind of urban incubator, urban creative industry clusters, and these open, differentiated spaces with co-working, co-location, incubator space. We've been studying this for quite a while. Here's a kind of first sketch for something. They could also be composed of modules. So there's a configurator idea which Shajay and his teams have been working, both DRL and Hadid, for quite a while, and it feeds also over into what we've done at Prospero, kind of a real kind of libertarian city, which might also develop a virtual arm perhaps. And then we have these kind of, you can see into these kind of incubator buildings, and again studying different interaction scenarios more closely on the roof, within the depths of the building. And of course, you can also bring in lots of 3D assets and interact with the media, videos, objects, 3D objects, etc. So that's some of the spaces we started to sketch first iteration, and now I'll show you the current iteration. We're still, it's just a preview. We're going to launch after 7 years of 7th birthday of the Liberland in a way in April, probably we're going to launch properly. So this is where we are. We're starting at this corner. We originally started here, now we're starting at this corner, and we're developing a kind of beautifully organic, kind of radiating out a city plan. So with the kind of urban core which we really want to craft and design, and then we will radiate out with further zones where the districts can evolve and other design teams may be curated, listed sets of designers come in, and later on maybe really a free for all at the outer edges and maybe also beyond the perhaps the bounds of Liberland. So it could grow, and I've written this originally as some kind of urban governance model for Liberland proper. It's a multiplicity of urban governance modes. There's a sponsored order, which is anticipated, curated, or rule-based in the core, and then you have maybe self-governed districts, and then you have maybe something really individualistic, free for all, spontaneous on the outskirts. So we've been developing that core, and then the outer edges. This is just kind of mock-ups of things which might emerge further on. And we haven't started with the parcelization, but there is this idea of having, I don't want to talk too much about monetization at this point, but there could be land sales and long leases and venue leases, as well as event specific forms of revenue. So let me give you a bit of a video. There's a bit of a music where we are. So we've sketched it as Hadid architect, and it exists as a through Metaverse and Metaverse, who are delivering on the multi-user interaction. We're going to use that now, forthcoming, as a proof of concept, find further collaborators, investors, etc. So this was the kind of DeFi cluster or building. This is NFTs. It's a new iteration. We have different versions of these. There could also be more than one of those plazas. Exhibition, trade fairs, etc. Important conferences. Of course, we haven't developed a full conference center yet. So let me explain a few more things. So this is the initial master plan, and you see a number of key venues clustering. I mean, City Hall, it's going to be libertarian. We will have think tanks in the building. We have conference and events, and all the Liberland governance events going to take place there. Here in the waterfront, and then this becomes this cluster with the public multi-user zones deep by NFT and the various buildings and exhibitions buildings here, and then starts the crescent of, let's say, project headquarters, and then it goes on more freely. So just in a few more images quickly to get a sense of that. There's a Liberland boat. Maybe there will be a virtual version of that as well. But also just to depict the reality of as Liberland evolves, we can kind of fit that in, and there's this interesting overlay between what happens on the ground, as well as the festivals. Liberland festivals will hopefully take place, have virtual versions here in the front around City Hall. So City Hall is this basic space, but also I believe that there could be various committee spaces and libertarian think tanks will hopefully be coming in. That's a close-up of the DeFi Plaza, where you get all the information about the various markets and announcements, etc. And I think it's important that a lot of this is outdoor, so visible, inter-aware. You can see what's going on. Some of the interior spaces for that, NFT Plaza, etc. So we've gone. It was important to not only be urban design, but activate the urban spaces and have that openness and this open view and participation into the interior spaces. So that's the City Hall itself and the way you can overlook it from various levels, and the way you can, an event could take place and projection screens and could be activated. So that's first sketches obviously, and there's seen some kind of multi-level urbanism. Still quite empty, obviously, but these are all spots for markets, for events, for hackathons, etc. The incubator building in the second version, second iteration, again, it's a kind of three-dimensional bureau landscape with various degrees of separation, intimacy, activation, and we're just simulating, obviously, the real. Once we release these out, those projects come in with their own elements. Maybe we're feeding that with our configurator of various desk screens, meeting zones, etc., etc. So these are the modules which we generating and could be allow tailoring and fit out through various projects. So there could be a number of smaller projects sharing a building, or a full building like Ethereum Foundation maybe could take on a whole building like this, because there's so many parts to that ecosystem, so many projects. We also branded one of our buildings as the Metapurse Center. Metapurse has been, bouncing off idea with us and have some interest, and they have been done so much to the NFT space that it's great to have their ear, and I hope they will join that place. And also just want to quickly show that we had, there's an NFT artist and curator who's an old friend who's been energized, like myself. So some old guys get re-energized with the whole crypto community and space. So we sketched out some, his NFT gallery, NFTism, which he actually launched at Art Basel, the first kind of NFT display in Art Basel recently. And I show you a little video that kind of feeds back into the exhibition center where his gallery will be placed, could be placed, or he's getting a whole building as well. So I have a few, have another video for that. Let's see if that runs. Yep. Kenny is a digital artist who's generated a lot of videos and poetry, and also commissioned a number of pieces for us. These cars and boats you see here are Kenny Schechter commissioning Zaha Hadid over the years. All it can come back to life in the virtual world. Sorry, this is not as smooth as I was hoping. And it was fun to keep to give some of these assets new life. And finally, I mean, we're working on a ideal museum for the 20th century, a virtual museum, which we might place here, should place here, which is just a few sketches of that. So with that, I leave it to the debate. I'm excited to give you that preview, and thanks for the attention.
Thank you very much, Patrik. I just want to say the videos did not run well, probably because we're in HD. I've asked Shajay and the team in the background to possibly restream the videos from a web application later on. But thank you so much.
I guess that ends up on YouTube also separately. So. Or you put a YouTube link. I don't know if it's probably not on YouTube yet. But.
Well, we're live streaming on YouTube, which is why I'm going to ask these guys to replay it again, possibly from a web browser.
Okay. So sorry about that.
So, oh, it's okay. It's not your fault. Okay. So our next speaker is Vít Jedlička, who is the president of the Free Republic of Liberland. He is a Czech libertarian politician and also techno-libertarian blockchain visionary. He's a publicist and activist currently serving as the president of Free Republic of Liberland. He was the chairman of the Party of Free Citizens in the Hradec Králové region. Sorry if I botched that. And he is the founder and chairman of the Czech voluntary association Reformy.cz. And this is a quote from Vít. Liberland aims to become a model for statehood in the 21st century. We are a global nation with well over 500,000 people who intends to build our own state with the highest respect for personal and economic freedom for its citizens. We are implementing the latest blockchain technologies to ensure that high standards of transparency and decentralization are met. Becoming the first decentralized autonomous government is at the very core of Liberland's vision, mission, and its existence, end quote. So please welcome Vít.
It's great to be with you, and it's great to see all these things materializing now. Thank you very much, Patrik, for an introduction. I will focus a little bit more on the other things that are happening in Liberland outside of this really exciting project. So I will share the screen now. Okay. Okay. So, and thank you very much for the quote, Daniela. That was a very nice quote. I don't know where you found it, but it really well summarized what we are doing. And our objective from very beginning was to build a country where honest people can prosper without being oppressed by governments, making their lives unpleasant through burden of unnecessary restriction and taxes. We just believe there is overregulation and overtaxation happening globally, and we are very much believers in the fact that the more freedom and less regulation is a recipe for prosperity and for happiness of the people. And we have selected this place, and as you are probably aware, most of the world has been claimed by other countries. We have particularly selected this place because for more than 25 years, it was unclaimed by either Croatia or Serbia. And it is a very special place. It's heart-shaped territory of 7 square kilometers with beautiful sandy beaches. It is a perfect size. It's 3 times bigger than Monaco, so it's perfect size for a nation state, small nation state. Our aim is, of course, to maximize the freedom, free trade, build everything what we can on blockchain, starting with decentralized governance, going all the way to decentralized justice. We are very much inspired by places like Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Singapore, Hong Kong. Those are the places that we know have made it, and they are very successful in what they're doing because they have selected the path of liberty. We have started Liberland on 15th of April, 13th of April, on the birthday of Thomas Jefferson. It was a very special day when just 4 of us came together and stick the flag into Liberland, and we received enormous response. We were expecting that maybe 20,000 people will apply for citizenship in 1 year, and instead 200,000 people applied in the first week alone. So the response from international media and from the world was super enthusiastic. I think we actually made it to the all big world media at the time, and we received fairly large amount of coverage every single month right now. I'm looking forward to have a nice interview in Forbes magazine in the upcoming version. So the idea is very vibrant, and we see that there is a huge demand for a new free country, especially in Europe. We decided to stick with only a couple things to regulate. We want to take care of security, justice, and diplomacy. Just like the founders of United States, we believe that the rest of the things can be actually covered by the private sector. We believe in voluntary taxes. That is something which was actually already thought during the formation of United States. We have the classical division of power, and we have only 4 ministries. I'm very proud of the people that are with us here. For example, Foreign Minister Thomas Walls, also former US diplomat, Bogi Wozniak, very well connected gentleman from United States, who is our vice president. What we are planning to do is basically, as I said, use the latest technologies. Namely, we are planning to utilize Polkadot. We have been very far in that endeavor. I think we are over 80% through, and we want to launch it in next 2 months. It is a proof of stake, so I believe it fits very well. The proof of stake of merits, which is something what you get if you pay taxes in Liberland. I think the consensus mechanism that Polkadot has is very close to what actually we believe is a good system, and it also fitted well with our constitution. The elections in Liberland will actually take place every 3 months, and not only that, whenever you give somebody your vote, you will be able to remove your staked merits that you give him. That means everybody will get a direct, up-to-date information what the voters think about him. There is a great way to prevent Liberland from turning into overregulated and overtaxed place. Any law can be actually vetoed by citizens, which I think is a very powerful thing that we have taken from Switzerland. The Senate, Liberland Senate, can also veto decisions by the government, as well as the Constitutional Court. These 3 institutions are the ones that should make sure that in the long run, there is a high degree of liberty maintained in Liberland. For justice system, we have been inspired by a protocol called ULEX. Our justice minister actually just spoke in Switzerland a couple hours ago about ULEX and our justice system on one of the prestigious conferences. I think he received very enthusiastic reply from the audience. There is a strong economic model behind our justice system, which I think is quite innovative on its own. I really hope that Liberland will become a place of international arbitration, especially when it comes to smart contracts and combining this world of virtual transaction and physical transaction. That Liberland could literally be kind of a DeFi connection to the world of blockchain and as well as physical reality. We have been working hard to get Liberland recognized all around the world. We actually have a couple countries that already recognize Liberland, including some UN member states. We are at the same time working hard to deliver something back to the countries that work with us. So we are running multiple humanitarian campaigns all around the world. For example, we are delivering computers in Serbian schools, or we are delivering food help in Haiti. Wherever there is some sort of need, we basically are there. And right now we managed to fundraise a couple Bitcoins to the hospital in El Salvador, which I think is kind of cool. And Liberland is a country which adopted Bitcoin already in 2015 and now is able to give back something to a country which recently made that move. What is this? This whole conference is about is, of course, about the digital world, the 3D world, which interestingly enough, I believe could at some point be even bigger than the physical country itself. Of course, we see this huge movement of interest and of activities into the digital spaces. And I believe in this partnership that we are forming right now, it's such a strong team that what we are going to create will be at least 1 or 2 years ahead of the traditional competitors in this space. I'm looking forward that we will be able to combine the governance of Liberland with the governance of this virtual world, and ultimately it will be also great to be able to decentralize the hosting of this virtual world so it becomes completely independent and self-governed. At the same time, we're also pushing hard for the settlement of Liberland itself. It's, I would say, our only bigger challenge ahead of us, diplomatic challenge. We have been able to settle Liberland on a number of occasions, but the permanent settlement is still something which needs to be resolved. And for that, we have started to build our physical presence right next to Liberland. We are building a village called Arch, only 5 kilometers away from Liberland. We're also building free trade zone in Serbia, which is another, let's say, industrial base for Liberland. As you could see these boats there, we also have this boat called Bitcoin Freedom, which is planned to be parked next to Liberland in the spring next year. And we really believe that at some point we will be able to gather a large community of dedicated Liberlanders that will be able to settle Liberland at the time when we are ready for it. And until now, we actually didn't even have a proper urban design. Now we know what we want to build, and that's the next stage of development of Liberland. So just that you know that Liberland does exist, you can actually come and visit us. And there are 2 big events happening next year. One of them will be the anniversary of Liberland, and that will be happening on 13th of April between 9th and 13th of April. And that will be the time when the governance will be launched, as well as hopefully this metaverse that we are building together. And the second big event is a Floating Man Festival, which is happening on 13th of August. And it's a big social gathering. This year we actually have more than 1,000 people coming, and I hope next year it will be more than 3,000 people. That's our plan, because there will be no COVID restrictions hopefully like they're in place, or they were in place this year. So it is a beautiful sandy beach that we have right in front of Liberland. It is a beautiful weather usually there in August, so we will be more than happy to have you. And we will also be more than happy to have you as e-resident initially, and ultimately also as a citizen. You get e-residency card, or you get Liberland passport. You are able to set up Liberland companies. You are able to start your business in the free trade zone in Serbia, as well as utilize Liberland market, like surely something like eBay, but without fees and taxes, which I think is quite interesting to start with. So that's it from me. Thank you, everybody, very much again for putting this together. And I'm really excited about the future of the virtual Liberland.
Thank you so much, Vít. One moment here. So I switch here. Hi there. I just want to add a couple of words as to the relationship of Liberland to the general theme of this year's biennial, which is called The Available City. So David Brown, who curated this biennial, has had a project that's been going on for many years, where he is finding empty city-owned lots in Chicago, and he found, I think, about 15,000 of them already, which is a huge number of empty lots that are kind of scattered all over the city. And if you gather up those lots, they really equal the size of the Chicago Central Business District, which is known as the Loop. So this idea of finding land, kind of like what Vít did with Liberland, which is really only 7 square kilometers. It's a very small piece of land. It is on contested territory between Serbia and Croatia, although it is not claimed by either one. This idea of finding empty land and really trying to make something there that can help the community, that can help the surrounding area, that can give economic incentive. That's kind of the aim of the agenda of the Chicago Architecture Biennial this year. And this is one of the ways that we're relating to that agenda. So I'm gonna move along to our next speaker now, who is Shajay Bhooshan. And Shajay is a senior associate at Hadid Architects, where he co-founded and heads the Computation and Design Research Group, which is called ZHACode. He is an alumnus and studio master at the postgraduate course of Design Research Laboratory at the Architectural Association, also known as AADRL. He explores participatory systems of development in the built environment as enabled by advanced digital technologies of design and manufacturing. Shajay pursues his interests in manufacturing and structurally informed design technologies as a PhD candidate at the Block Research Group, known as BRG, at ETH Zurich, and previously as MPhil graduate of the University of Bath in the UK. Shajay also published in scientific journals and conferences, along with contributions in the architectural discourse through Architectural Design and other magazines. He routinely engages in public speaking at various professional and academic conferences, events, and institutions across the world. So welcome, Shajay.
Yeah, thank you, Daniela. Let me just play the video that hopefully plays better this time, like that Patrik tried to play. Yeah, I hope that played somewhat better this time. And so that's the context in which we are all presenting. The idea of like incubating online communities and economies in cyberspace in anticipation of its physical realization. And so we're kind of calling it cyber urban incubators. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about like how our thoughts on the kind of intellectual stack that like informs our attempts at realizing this. So of course, like the backdrop of this conversation is indeed like the increasing interest in metaverse and the topic of cyberspace. But when we looked at it, like seems like a lot of the conversation is catered around technologies and less about spatial design or spatial technologies. It's a lot about internet technologies. And when we started thinking about that, like we were like particularly kind of, it resonated a lot with our prior interests in about cyberspace and also kind of user experience oriented design and also spatial web, ideas of the spatial web, etc. And how we may architect the metaverse kind of by being digitally native, like as a company that we at Hadid Architects. And a lot of new young architects are also kind of naturally digitally native. So, and we are, as a company, like this is just a glimpse of like a few projects that we are now in the process of realizing. One of these, a couple of these images are actually photographs. And so you can see that we are particularly focused on user experience, kind of focused real life spaces and urban scale user experiences. And so it's a natural for us to start thinking about like how that translates into cyberspace and kind of UX maximizing cyberspaces. And so this is an attempt that where we try to make a virtual gallery for Kenny Schachter. And so the essential questions here is what are the essential features of metaverse for a network society, and like what are the kind of features of cyber urban incubators? And like we also naturally refer to like some of the prominent proponents of such an endeavor, and one of the features that everybody is talking about is that it is cloud first and land last, and also that like many of the existing technologies are already support the creation of a metaverse. And like, so what I'm going to talk about is basically the corresponding intellectual stack that already exists and has been in development for several decades now, particularly in spatial design, in ideas of liberty that like Vít already presented, and in economics, and then also kind of spatial content creation. And starting with like the metaverse and parametricism and spatial design. Parametricism is a architectural style and also a theoretical framework that like promotes complex variegated order. It promotes experience-rich, interaction-rich, and information-rich spatial design. And naturally, part of that stemming from that motivation, you see that like any building that we produce also has many others that have been conceived but not like realized. Like, so the idea of parametric creation of buildings like is natural to parametricism. So it creates a variety from conception. And also it includes within it like ideas of user experience focus. Like, so a lot of our designs are kind of like this atrium. The world's tallest atrium in this tower is to enable interaction between various floors, which typically doesn't happen in a tower. And it's also about like situating towers in an urban scenario and so on. And you can see some of the spaces are also very naturally catered to user experience and user gathering and so on. Like, so this was not meant to be a gathering space in a traditional sense, but like naturally it's a multifunctional space in that sense. And the second aspect of that, like I would like to touch upon or hint, is the ideas of like metaverse and like Web3 and social 3, and how and the ideas of liberty that are naturally embedded in these topics. And as it happens, just literally today, there's like another conference that is presenting ideas of like online communities that will physically be realized later, and we are kind of involved in 2 of those, as Patrik mentioned. And so Liberland, as Vít kind of suggested or explained, is like a world's first micronation. It's promoting radical innovation in governance, particularly use of blockchains and coin voting, etc. And also including a kind of online economy, or the infrastructure for online economy, including cryptocurrencies, legal tenders, etc. And one of the things that this brings up, like, is like already there's talk about like regulating the metaverse. Does the metaverse need a zoning board, etc.? And like we are obviously very we believe that this is very much against the spirit of metaverse, and like we're in that sense looking to other gaming domain, which is leading the way in kind of resisting or kind of providing an alternative model to this kind of centralized game development. For example, where Fortnite, where millions of people play, but all the assets are like basically just expenses, and users have to just players are just playing the game, and it's a closed one-sided market, and so on. So, but in contrast with that, we have Axie Infinity, which is a crypto game, and it's an asset power game, so to speak, where players own the assets, and there's the communal asset pools, and there are cyber economies as a consequence of that fundamental change, where the assets become on-chain. And so like we're very much looking towards these ideas, and this then leads to the next feature, which is metaverse and mechanism design, where there is participatory mechanics of voluntary transactions, collective intelligence, and positive sum games. There's also the idea of incentive design, and like aligning incentives with like such that like communal good naturally comes out of it. And people like Vitalik Buterin, like the co-founder of Ethereum, has spoken and written extensively about this, like some of the kind of things to watch out for when it comes to coin voting and kind of decentralized governance. Like how do you align the incentives of like coin holders and the overall community? And what's interesting here is that like there's also emerging, I wouldn't say science, but a methodology and also certain tools where we can begin to check whether the incentives are actually aligned, like in the way the system is designed. Can we think about like simulating whether like it leads to communal good, or like there can be certain like kind of game theoretic framework that we could use where we can identify problematic potential problematic scenarios. And so in this context, we've also been researching this the idea of like exploring this kind of token simulation, like, or participatory design, stemming from an idea that Patrik outlined like way back almost 20 years ago. And so my partner and I have been exploring that idea since 2015 at the Architectural Design Research Lab. The idea of participatory design and how we can use, create these simulation engines, like using existing game engines. And what's interesting here is that like you can, unlike CAD or computer-aided design platforms, games register users, like users are actually represented. And so that allows us to then kind of start tracking other things like that we normally as architects might not track, like things like transactions between users, like and like the emerging communal resources, or how much communal resources are being consumed, etc. And so here, like, you know, we can keep track of transactions between peer-to-peer transactions, also peer to collective transactions, like as indicated by this black circle here. The black part is the communal transactions. So that brings me to the last aspect of like what we believe is essential feature of a cyber urban incubator or a metaverse for a network society is the spatial assets themselves, like which creates the experience richness, which creates the interaction richness, as we try to indicate in the videos and so on. So for many, like currently these spaces are created by professionals, and that means like there's a lot of professional knowledge that goes into creating this on. So that could increasingly, like the way we create them though, is that we are using these module-based design so they can be combined and recombined in different ways and to cater to the user. So it's not like just one-off, like there's many alternative possibilities and alternative realities that can be catered to. And not only that, like not only are the modules or the buildings put together as a combination of modules, the modules themselves are procedural. So these are very important steps to convert like professionally created content and spaces and allow for future participation or user-generated content. So how we can start and kickstart the metaverse through professionally curated and generated content, and how we can move towards smart asset libraries. And so what that means is like many decades of experience in creating these kind of spaces are literally encoded into computer code, and therefore it is like more democratizable in that sense. So we've been trying that in this pilot project that Patrik also mentioned, like which we hope will be realized in the next year or so, which is the first real life attempt where we are trying this kind of online so-called configurator, where users can participate and choose not only the site and also the configuration of their houses, but then it can also be physically realized subsequently. And so that's the kind of background thinking that we want to bring to Cyber Liberland or Cyber Urban Incubator, that we want to develop a proof of concept with Metaverse by the end of this year. With that, I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you very much. Before we move on, though, I'm wondering if Dan Mapes is here, maybe under a different name or something in the participants, because we don't have the next presenter here with us. We need to promote you as host. So if you could please just raise your hand if you're here. And if not, otherwise, Lars will continue and we will introduce Sara Schnatt. Okay, why don't we proceed, and maybe he can present later.
Yeah, and I think we will move to Twobadour first, and then after that to
yes. I'm so sorry. No, I made a mistake. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Okay,
no worries.
Twobadour. Okay, so very proud and honored to have Twobadour here. Twobadour went from working as a journalist and GTM strategist in financial technology to virtual shopping with artists as the steward of Metapurse, the world's largest NFT fund. The portfolio not only aims to collect meaningful stories, but also to catalyze financial and cultural inclusion. The fund is estimated to be worth $189 million and owns the $69 million Beeple piece titled The First 5,000 Days. So please take it away, Twobadour.
Thanks for having me, Daniela. It's great. You know, one of the biggest challenges of doing what I do for Metapurse and over the last few months has been dealing with a constant wave of imposter syndrome, which is what happens when I'm part of panels like this, you know, with true originals and experts in their respective fields. But on the flip side, I wouldn't miss it for the world because it's so inspiring. and it feeds into my worldview every day. So thank you for having me in that sense. I've been sort of asking myself, because, what happens when you enter the crypto space? And over the last few months, this explosion that's happened in the NFT space itself, when you're immersed in the chaos, you begin to ask yourself, why is this happening? Is it because we're all compulsively programmed to innovate, to build something, or is it a search for something? And I sort of, at least from a personal perspective, I think it is a search for an alternative, or I might even say the alternative. Right? It could be basically the alternative to the economic and the socio-political structures that we find ourselves in. And that manifests itself in very interesting ways. Like the blockchain itself is a manifestation of that search. Liberland is a manifestation of that search. Like Vít said, it's the search for a place where good people can prosper without constraints, a place where people can be equal. It might seem on the face of it a very simplistic idea, very obvious idea, but it is so hard when you're talking about trying to break structures which have been put in place, centralized structures which have been put in place for centuries, for eons, and to look past it and to create something that is an alternative to what you're seeing in front of you is very difficult in a sense. And when you see these tiny moments of fracture in the current socioeconomic system, that is extremely delightful. And I think that's we are thrill seekers in that sense. We are looking for those fractures in the everyday structures that we find ourselves bound in, and across spectrums, right? Not just experientially, but also in terms of how governance happens, also in terms of how economics works. And we want to move to a place, a sort of singularity, if you will, where all of these can converge. And the reason that blockchain becomes so enticing to a lot of these multidisciplinary fields is that it becomes the undercurrent, the only way in which you can encapsulate these different facets of human existence onto one platform and also keep it decentralized is on the blockchain. So I think rather than looking at it as some sort of an exception, I think it was inevitable that all of these multiple disciplines across the board tended to converge, at Polkadot or on Ethereum, or essentially on the blockchain. I won't take up too much of your time. I just thought, this little jumbled up ramble of a context that I set sort of speaks to our own journey in the blockchain space, in the NFT space. Maybe I can present that as a metaphor for our own journey. Give me a second. Let me see if I can share my screen. Sorry. You see my screen?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Not bad. There you go. So, I'm going to try and describe the way our approach to the blockchain and the way we looked at it sort of changed. And please don't worry about the length of the presentation. It's no longer than 5 slides. I'll tell you that up front so that you don't start to get into a sweat. Okay. We completely bypassed CryptoKitties and CryptoPunks and the initial collectibles craze that happened in the in the NFT space. And the reason for that was it never really spoke to us. But for some reason, Decentraland or virtual land had a very powerful sort of visceral connection to us. And at the heart of that is the idea of property rights. As everybody on this panel knows and very deeply realizes, property rights are not equal all around the world. Property rights are paramount in the US, and they are extremely flexible in places like India, where I'm from, right? Property, land can be taken away from you. You can be bullied out of it. Records of your ownership of land can be fudged. And the idea of you being able to own something in perpetuity, and for that ownership to be inalienable to be immutable was very powerful to us, which is why we became one of the largest estate owners in Decentraland. We had no idea what we would build on top of it, what we do later, that comes afterwards. But this was our sort of portal into the metaverse. It was a very visceral, very obvious decision, but it became the foundation for how we looked at the space going on. And then came the Delta Time 111. So what do you do in a virtual metaverse, right? So parts of that is to infuse it with virtual digital assets, right? Assets such as this, assets that not only come with some sort of inherent value, but some sort of a historical context as well. You know, the Delta Time 111 was the first official digital asset launched by the Formula One enterprise. And the reason it became so fascinating, and it was the highest priced NFT in 2019, which was $111,000. We might laugh at that price today. It's pittance compared to what everything else has gone. But you know, to pay $111,000 for an NFT, which is basically, again, a JPEG of a card, though it was a little animated, felt preposterous at the time. But think about it this way: if you had the opportunity to buy the very first Model T Ford, how much would you pay for it? You know, if you think about it in that context, so it is a combination of history, a cultural connection, and also some sort of a leap of faith that the space that we are currently in is not you know, some sort of a fad, but rather the beginning of something that you don't completely understand, but has an inevitable future simply because it can't be shut down. You're not investing in a company, a startup, which, you know, statistically speaking has a massive chance of failing at some point in time. You're investing in a phenomenon which cannot be shut down by any entity simply because it is decentralized. So Delta Time 111 F1. And then came the infusion of art. And here's where the beginnings of what we understood was a renaissance of our times started to dawn on us, right? Metacoven discovered, you know, the founders of Async Art, which is a blockchain native art platform, right? So this particular piece is the first work of programmable art, and it was a collaboration between 13 artists. You can see various elements on this particular piece, and it's sort of a collaboration between artists who are today extremely popular. Xcopy, as you can see, is one of them. This is Josie Bellini. We have you know, so many, like we have A Lot of Money, we have you know, M. Lipty, all of those original OG artists in one frame, you know, with elements that speak to themselves. And this consists of 13 different layers, more than 30 layers, about 20 layers. Each of those layers have different states. For instance, if you're looking at the roof, for instance, there's one with the cat, one without the cat. There's one somewhere. There are other programmable pieces where if you look at the skyline or the sky as a layer, there's a day variant and a night variant and so on. And so the person that owns that particular layer of that work of art gets to control the state that it's in. So not only is a collector experiencing it by owning a bit of that art, he becomes an artist himself by participating in it, by being able to interact in it without taking anything away from the art, because the art itself was designed to be that. It's not like, you know, I buy the Mona Lisa and I get to paint on top of it. I can if I want to, but that would completely ruin the experience. On the other hand, programmable art is blockchain native. It can't exist outside of this realm. And we found that extremely interesting. And again, the beginning of something amazing. So we paid 100 ETH or so for it, again, which at the time seemed an exorbitant amount of money. Nobody had paid that much. But then this was seminal for us. And this was the first work of art that we had bought. And it became something that we could, you know, that we just had to do. And Async Art's first supper also set us off on this journey that we are currently in. This NFT journey, we began by starting to accumulate art, like a lot of people do, and accumulate digital assets. We started to invest in, you know, digital native and blockchain native enterprises. We started collecting art from various artists. We started buying assets like the Delta Time 111, acquiring, and not really understanding what we would do with it. But we constantly asked ourselves the question, because from Metapurse's perspective, we never sold a single NFT. We still haven't. I mean, we have the, I wouldn't say the largest collection by volume, but by value, by some accounts. But we've never sold a single NFT. We've never monetized the NFT collection that we had in that manner. That was for two reasons. One is that to flip an NFT, right, to flip a work of art that you've connected with is the most unimaginative thing that you can do with it. It happens all the time, but you don't do that when you're on the vanguard of something as exciting as the NFT space. The other is we kept asking ourselves the question, so what do we do with it? We don't want to sell it. We don't want to flip it. We don't want to hoard and lock it up somewhere. So what do you do with an NFT? You open it up to the entire world. You make it as experiential as possible to as many people as possible. And so that's what we did next. So we, on the back end, we have an excellent team. Our chief technology officer, who goes by the pseudonym V, he worked on what's called right share, which basically, through a smart contract, gives you the right to lease out an NFT without giving up ownership of it. It might, again, seem obvious, but it doesn't exist today. You can't rent out your NFT to somebody, or you can't rent access to your NFT to somebody without giving up ownership of it. So that's one of the aspects we figured out. Dig a little deeper, and what we were able to do was to make NFTs out of certain aspects of that very same NFT. I'll give you an example. For instance, if we had, say, a parcel of land on crypto voxels, we could make an NFT, or we could tokenize, build access and give it to somebody, or lease it to somebody, or rent it to somebody, or sell it to somebody. We could tokenize visiting access to somebody, like ticketed access, and we could do that. So, various aspects of an NFT itself could be tokenized and then given out. So this is something that we worked on. Next is, again, the experiential layer of NFT. So what we did with NFTs was to open them up and make experiences out of them, and try and somehow make them a shared experience. And by shared experience, I just don't mean people being able to access it, but rather maybe own a piece of it. So what we did in December of 2020 was to, again, this was another historic moment in the NFT space itself, because it's never happened before and will not ever happen again. We went to Nifty Gateway. Beeple's second drop this was. He dropped his historic collection called the 2020 collection. So 20 selected images from what is unarguably a very interesting year in our lives. And we sort of bought all of them over 2 nights of furious auctioning action. Metacoven in Singapore, and I sitting out of India through, say, a dozen pseudonymous accounts. And we went and scooped up all of them. Not until the 18th piece did somebody realize that we were doing all of it, and they sort of broke the news. But we eventually got all of it. And what we did with it sort of changed the trajectory of our lives since then. We basically built monuments in these virtual lands, in crypto voxels, in Decentraland, in Sandbox, and in Somnium space. We filled them with these 20 works of art, and we tokenized the entire bunch into ERC20 tokens. We wrapped them up, we put them in a bundle inside a smart contract, and we just opened up those tokens for anybody that wanted them. So people bought those tokens, and they now own a piece of this entire experience. And where this became interesting is that one, you can't buy a Beeple piece on the open market or even the secondary market. It's just too expensive. But you can have exposure to it through fractionalized ownership. So this became an interesting experiment in fractionalized ownership, never done at this scale before. Another learning it gave us is the possibility of collaboration. The number of people and the kind of people that came together to build B20 was astounding. right? We had virtual architects and voxel architects who built some of these things. We had marketers, we had artists, we had DJs. So many people, about 27 people at that time that we counted, who, who otherwise in physical spaces would have needed lengthy legal contracts to work together, were able to put something together in 45 days and create what at that time was the largest virtual event. We had 3,000 people attend Metapalooza, which was like the opening launch party for B20. Then this happened. This is what we call the big Beeple incident in March, which again transformed what would happen. The historic and cultural significance of this piece cannot be overstated. Think about Christie's for a second, a 255-year-old institution. For it to change direction is like asking an ocean liner to sort of do a turn on a dime, which is very difficult. But they did it anyway for some weird reason. They sort of switched tracks and auctioned the very first totally digital work of art and an NFT in one for the first time ever. So we knew that we had to bring it home. And so we did. And ever since then, we've sort of been on this journey of what you want to do with a work of art like this. And once you've kicked open several doors through doing something which is decidedly not subtle, what do you then do with it? You have a voice now. You have a lot of attention onto yourself. What is it that you want to say? And we realized that it's still a work in progress. But what we did realize was that the core ideal that we're all trying to pursue again speaks to what Vít is trying to do with Liberland, with what Bhooshan is trying to do with his architecture, to get to one space where all of this can sort of coexist, to get to one space where people like me and people like the guys that work from my hometown can find an audience, can find a sort of a showcase at a global stage. And the answer for us was Dreamverse. Dreamverse is the first, again, never done before, obviously, or at this scale. It's the first, it's probably the largest NFT art showcase on the planet ever. So what we did was to, it's a physical event in New York. It's happening on the 4th of November at Terminal 5. It's going to feature work from over 150 crypto artists. It has two aspects to it. The first part is this NFT art gallery with all of these artists, including the likes of Rafiq Anadol, Drew Kataoka, and these 10 OG artists that I introduced you through First Supper. They are the curators for this entire thing. Metaverse doesn't curate anything in this sense. The latter half, it also has elements of VR and AR art, so you can experience it in a variety of ways. The latter half is basically an EDM party headlined by Alesso, with opening performances from RAC and Please and Thank You and Machu. What we didn't do very consciously was to have any talking heads as part of Dreamverse. What we understood through our experiences here, through the People event, through B20, and through everything that we did before, was that you needed to communicate through design, not necessarily through a blog or through interviews, but your intentions for a particular space or your intentions for what you want to do in the world are best communicated by what you do rather than what you say. So, Dreamverse is designed as an experience. That's it. You're not going to hear anybody talking about anything. You walk in and you immerse yourself in what NFTs are. So this abstract virtual concept of NFTs, what happens when they make landfall is Dreamverse. Where this will take us next is something that I don't know, something that none of us knows. And that has been the case with every one of those inflection points that I brought up in my in these past 4 or 5 slides. And that's the exciting bit. But what I do know for sure is that it will lead to something interesting. It will lead to a place where we're all trying to go. So with that, all of you are welcome. If you find yourself in New York, even if you don't, I'd love it if you could make it to this event. If you don't understand or don't get NFTs at all, I think this is the best place to start, to immerse yourself in it, in a physical space. And, you know, I'd like to finish with one thing. The thing is, the virtual spaces were never meant to be an alternative to the physical world. I think the power of what we're building virtually, the power of the metaverse, is that it gets to be, you know, a sandbox on steroids for the physical world. You can test anything, you know, architectural concepts, you can test governance, you can test economics, all of that, you know, in what is basically dog years, right? 6 months in crypto is like 10 years in the real world. The trajectory of economics that we've seen in crypto over the last 10 years basically spans the entirety of economics, of finance in the real world. And that's what it's meant to do. It's not meant to replace anything, but rather to sort of collectively, you know, supercharge innovation and collaboration. So thanks so much. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, I completely missed this slide. This is I'm sure you would find extremely fascinating. This is one view of a structure that we're building for the metaverse. It's called the Souk, and it's being built by artists and architects that I very deeply admire. Holly 13, basically, one of whom is Joshua Ramos, who is currently building the Perlman Performing Arts Center at the World Trade Center in New York. And the other is Eric de Decombe, you know, who's a maverick, a man of many talents. So the two of them together have created the Souk. This is going to be the permanent address for the People 5000 piece. And this will also be the focal point of attention in the metaverse. Like I said, the experiential nature of it. Vít said that, you know, there is a shift from using the metaverse as a tool for entertainment to something to network attention. I think it has to be a combination of two. Why people hang out in a certain place is because they enjoy being in that place. It's because they can experience things in that place collectively. So I think this becomes a focal point for all of that. So there will be virtual events, concerts, cinema, and everything that happens in the Souk eventually. More on that later, but this is where we are headed. So, thanks. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Twobadour. Wow, I really appreciate your presence at this conference because you've really managed to articulate the importance of what we're all moving towards and aiming for. And I just appreciate the visionary, innovative spirit that Metapurse has, and that you're really leading the way in the vanguard of the NFT space, as you said, and we're certainly learning a lot from you guys. We are missing one speaker at this point, and we will move to Sara Schnadt. Lars will be introducing the rest of the panelists for today, and then I will open up the discussion for the panel. Take it away, Lars. Thank you.
Thanks. So our next speaker is Sara Schnadt. Sara is an artist, a UX designer, and a software systems architect. And she has been working since 2004, overseeing and designing large-scale civic data projects alongside her installation art practice. At NASA, JPL, or the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, she is the senior lead designer for the Mars 2020 mission, and responsible for software design for the ground station. She has designed and implemented an architecture to capture science intent in science planning tools, and designed and overseen the development of a series of cross-cutting operations tools for the mission. She has also developed machine learning system architectures for science planning the Europa Clipper mission. And before JPL, Sara built the first design team at Planet Labs, an aerospace startup that is imaging the entire Earth every day in order to monitor climate change and other planet-scale dynamics in real time. Other projects include designing tools for big data analytics, for science data at Anaconda, and designing Census Reporter, which is a data visualization interface and exploration tool that helps journalists incorporate census data in their work. Next to that, she developed Open Elections, which is an election data access project. And Sara's art practice is informed by her work in civic technology infrastructure development, which is an ongoing resource and drives her interest in the cultural impact of technology innovation. Now, Sara's installation art has been exhibited nationally and internationally at venues such as MCA Chicago, Perform Chinatown in LA, MoCA Detroit, and Free Manifesto, as well as at the Bhooshan Biennial. So without further ado, Sara, please take it away.
Thank you, Lars. And thank you, Lars and Daniela, for having me. I'm delighted to be here. Sharing my screen. Desktop share. I'm trying to share my screen. Okay. Apologies, one moment. Should work now. Ah, okay. There we go.
Yeah, we see your screen now.
My screen, now I'm full screen. So I'm Sara Schnadt. I'm an installation artist and a software systems designer, as Lars mentioned. And what I want to talk about is really how I have been transposing different creative processes that I use into the work that I'm doing at NASA Jet Propulsion Lab. This first image, I just want to note that this main image is an installation art project of an artist I admire very much, Sara Z. It's not my own work. And I included it just to suggest that there is a natural affinity between installation art and software system design and mission system design for space. The image on the bottom right is of trajectory design simulation for the Europa Clipper mission. So by way of introduction of myself, here is just a diagram of my own creative process evolution over time through the decades, starting from my childhood through my 40s, where I am now. So I've been accumulating creative processes over time, starting with visual art and dance, and then performance art, database design, UX design, information architecture, data viz, and then recently systems architecture. Over the course of my creative life, what I've found is that I'm very drawn to designing for complexity. And through the projects that Lars mentioned in my intro, I have been designing in contexts that are increasingly complex, which has also increased the scope of the design projects that I've gotten to work on over time, from designing for small art communities, then designing for an entire city, or designing national projects, and then the global work, the image exploration interface that I designed for Planet Labs, and now working in space, which is, I have to say, really remarkable and incredible. It's been an incredible journey so far. So a little bit about my kind of parallel practices. As a performance installation artist, and most of my work is analog. My art practice is a very analog practice, but it so far has really been about translating significant moments in our technology evolution to a physical and material experience to help it be more immediate and understandable for a wider audience than people who are working in technology. So this, for example, is a piece that I did right when Web 2.0 was really taking hold internationally, where I performed in a museum over a month the activity of building the internet as an individual human being. I was really struck at this time by how profound it was that the main mechanism for the dissemination of information globally was becoming so widely distributed, and that both content authorship and also the means of distribution was just exploding in an unprecedented way. So this is one example, and I actually borrowed from a visualization, an algorithmic visualization of the internet topology at that time by the Opti project for the physical shape of the installation that I built. A couple other examples of just how my art practice relates to technology. Here's another piece that I did. This is basically an homage to scientific hubris. The huge effort that we have made as a species to understand and measure the universe, I think, is one of the most poignant examples of how technology has such an inherent hubris, but also in effect is very effective in incrementally increasing our understanding of our world and of our universe. So this piece is a piece where I simulate and measure over and over again universes. This piece also was quite prophetic. I made it before I started working in aerospace. So it's kind of been this lovely experience of then kind of falling into one of my art pieces in my own technology practice. And then here's another example of some drawings that I've done since I've been at JPL, inspired by working on large-scale mission systems at JPL. So since I've been working at JPL, which is kind of this, so far the culmination of designing for complexity, which has evolved over time, one of the first things that really struck me is that I was just really preoccupied initially with what it might mean for me as an individual, as an artist. I'm also a UX designer, but my primary skill set is as an artist. What does it mean for me to be working on a NASA mission? So the first mission that I worked on, and I did that for my first 2 years at JPL, my second 2 years I've been on Mars 2020. The first mission was the Europa Clipper mission, which is a mission to orbit Europa, which is a moon of Jupiter, to evaluate and understand the potential large ocean underneath the icy surface. And so in my initial time on the mission, I spent some time trying to just understand what the practice differences were between an artist, a designer, and a systems engineer, which is the primary skill set of most of the people who work developing a mission. And I made a diagram to try and understand the differences in understanding of the problem space. Systems engineers, on one hand, they have a lot more technical depth, whereas artists have more of an awareness of the socio and cultural context of the work. Processes, there's a range, systems engineers' paradigms they work within are more prescribed. Artists are very elastic. Designers are somewhere in between. The solution space that is imagined at the outset is much more scoped for systems engineers, kind of medium for designers, and very, very broad for artists. And finding that viable within that is kind of varies between the three, which also informs how the three kind of can play roles in being visionaries as well as playing roles in really making things have traction and making things work. So doing this diagram and then talking it through with folks at work was really helpful, as well as doing a workshop with systems engineers and designers around different artifacts and concepts of their processes. And the outcome of this workshop was actually, instead of defining in more detail how systems engineers and designers are different from each other, what we actually learned was that we're actually very similar, because most of our stickies for the different kind of concepts ended up in the common area on the right rather than in the unique areas on the left. Some of these qualities are these here, as well as processes that we have in common as well. There's just a lot of crossover between the two, which was a big takeaway, which really helped me to orient in this new field. I had immersed myself in several other fields previously, but just the scope and scale of this field was such a significant shift for me that I really did need to take this time at the beginning to understand more how to approach it effectively. So then my next question was, how do I immerse myself in a mission? And the biggest issue there is that working in space compared to anywhere else I've worked before is it's big, it's beautiful, and it's greater than you. It's very moving, it's very epic, it's very profound work for humans. So that's a big part of it. Also, there's this incredible historical legacy of being part of space exploration. And also you're working, at least before quarantine, we were working in this incredible campus here in Pasadena, which is a place where many of the space robots that NASA builds are actually built here. The high bay, which is in the bottom right there, is right next to my office. We also have mission control at JPL, which is the top right image, which is where all spacecraft beyond the kind of near Earth orbit are communicated with from Earth. So it's basically a communication center for spacecraft beyond Earth. So it's kind of an exciting space to be physically doing work. And then also within a mission, in this example, the Clipper mission, you're part of this enormous organization. It's probably any mission, especially large flagship missions, you've got about 400 at least people, most of which are individual contributors, all collaborating together on the design, conceptualization, and development of the mission system, the software systems, the processes, and the spacecraft systems. I was working in the ground system and then started out in the planning and execution software area in the ground system. The one thing that makes it really simple is that everyone is working together on one goal, which for the Europa Clipper mission is to understand what's underneath the ice, which is very exciting. So the scale of this design problem is really on the scale of something like the Death Star. It's really enormous. So it's being part of that has been a really interesting process. And I learned in this initial orientation process that my place within that design problem thinking space was to understand the primary through lines in the design problem space, which made me a system architect. So I actually evolved into that role during my time on the Clipper mission and took on a project designing an architecture for that mission. So my next question was then, how do you add value on a design problem of this scale? And what I found was that the best way for me to do that was to rely on my installation art design practice and actually translate that to this new context. So I relied on a process, and I'm going to show you through the steps of this really briefly. This is an installation that I had done recently previous to working at JPL. This piece was done to imagine what it would feel like to conflate infinite virtual space into ordinary space. And I made it right at the moment when people were starting to wear the internet on their bodies for the first time in the form of smartphones. So this is the process that I use for every art project. And I realized I could literally translate it into the process of developing a system architecture. And I'm going to show you through this real briefly. So the first stage is immersion. So immersion in the science, the systems engineering processes, the navigation design processes, and just all of the dense information of the mission was immersion in the mission. In a installation art project, it's visualization methods, structures, materials, methods, construction methods, things like this. Pattern forming and synthesis is the next phase. For mission system architecture, this involves translating the fundamental concepts of the mission into my own understanding, into my own terms here on the left, and then identifying all the critical design drivers and things to consider and options for how to implement and their trade spaces. And then for an installation art project, and this is another version of that project that I built up and diagonally up across 2 stories in a gallery space, how to physically build it, how to compose it as an intervention onto the architecture, how to learn new methods in order to construct in a new spatial scale than I had before. The test, play, iterate is the next phase. With a system architecture, it was evaluating different design solutions, how many interfaces between different parts of the system should there be, what should their characterization be, could they be consolidated? For the mathematical models, which were what the architecture was for, how many different nuances of the nature of them should be incorporated into the design, or should it be simplified? Should it have a centralized structure or distributed structure? Questions like this. For this installation art project, it involved really, the iteration was doing the piece in a lot of different kinds of sites and seeing what it meant to have it function in different sites. If it was like in a large scale space where it could be experienced from a lot of different angles, if it was in a domestic space, which is the bottom two left ones, and what is it like for people to live with it over time, and what was the UX process for building it in and around the movement patterns of the people living with it. This one on the bottom right, it was in a storefront, and there was a lot of accidental audience. So what are the different ways that it can function in those different variations? And then the last part of the process is to focus and make decisions and then finalize the piece. And then, so here's an example of what that looked like with the final architecture, which is this is a simplified version because this is what I can share, but just gives you a sense of, there were some decisions made and a functional design was finalized. And then also for this installation art piece, I finalized the best techniques, the best gesture to really activate the architecture, and then realized the piece after all that experimentation. So then this newest question I've had, which has been on the Mars 2020 mission, was then how do I scale this? Because that was a great process. That was mostly a study that I did on the Clipper mission and delivered a kind of speculative architecture for the mission kind of earlier in its development phase. I was then invited to design an architecture to then be implemented prior to landing for the Mars 2020 mission for this science intent capture architecture for the mission for the science team. This architecture needed to be at a much larger scale. The first one was really for the planning and execution subsystem. This new one was to cut across the whole ground system and also be integrated into the processes that the science team use. And so that involved needing to be able to scale up my methodologies to involve a lot of collaboration with large groups of people, both with the whole science team, which is 300 folks across the country and across the world who are involved in the planning process, core leadership of science team, and then also the software leads of the different subsystems that my architecture cut across. So for this, I realized I just needed to also kind of incorporate systems engineering methodologies in order to involve this collaboration in these different phases. Systems engineering methodologies are pretty similar to design, just definition of a problem space, detailed design, implementation, a lot of iteration and testing. It's essentially very similar, but is also, again, for this enormous scale and for a lot of collaboration. And so I'm going to note a couple things about the Mars 2020 mission itself. So this mission has a really exciting goal, which is to be the first of a series of missions to, for the first time, capture and take samples from the Martian surface and bring them back to Earth. There's going to be a couple different missions involved with this. The Perseverance rover on the bottom left is the first one, which landed in February. And there will also be, in collaboration with ESA, another rover that's going to fetch the samples, and then they will be launched from the surface and sent to an orbiter and then returned to Earth over time. And the challenge in the current mission is to basically work smarter than we have before in our science planning in order to decisively choose locations in the Jezero crater, which is where we are doing this work, that will represent this large area with just 23 samples in order to understand the historic formulation of this area, its potential habitability, any biosignatures that are there, things like this. So my design has really been intended and is being used to align this large science team in this very agile collaboration to make a lot of decisions from sol to sol about what makes sense for evaluating the locations and what kind of samples we want to take. So this has been an exciting process to work on. We've been on the surface of Mars since mid-February. My process itself is in the iteration phase of this process. There has been some implementation. The whole design has been implemented, but we have room to actually iterate further and learn from live operations. I've been observing the science team in the operations space since May to understand how they're using, both from a process and a system perspective, how they've been using my design, and we're actually iterating on both of those things, and will be over the next year as well, to make sure that the design itself is really user-driven and is working well to help the team to collaborate and work smarter and have alignment around the science rationale as these critical decisions are being made about where we're taking samples. And I just wanted to note, just as I end, that it's really remarkable to be able to, as a designer, be working on something this exciting at the edge of human knowledge, and to see all the images come down, and to be part of the team that's exploring this place for the first time. It's been really quite a remarkable experience. Here's just a couple of images to express that. The middle one is me on landing day in the uplink operations area, which is also where I've been observing for the last several months. And then with my Mars mission t-shirt, the operations crew t-shirt, and also with the duplicate rover the week of landing. That's really where I wanted to leave it. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to see what the conversation evolves into with the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sara. That was pretty mind-blowing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Lars, you want to take it away?
Yes. Thank you, Sara, as well. Really, really amazing. Our next speaker is Sofiane Delloue. Sofiane has 20 years of experience in the creator economy and participated in countless of startups involving technology and creativity, including 3 positions where he contributed to major successes. The first as a head of growth for a mobile content distribution network, working with the music industry such as Warner and Universal, and which was acquired in 2005 by a telecom giant. The second as a co-founder of a digital media group specialized in luxury and fashion, working with Vice and Vogue, and top-tier luxury brands and haute couture maisons such as Chanel, Saint Laurent, Dior, Kenzo, Givenchy, Burberry, Cartier, Fate, Connection, Guopay, and many, many others. And the third as a CMO contractor for multiple startups, acquired for a total with nine digits. Now, with his knowledge and experience, Sofiane fell in love with techno-utopian ideas of abundance, equality, and decentralization, leading to the discovery of Bitcoin in 2011 and the Ethereum smart contract platform. The idea of merging the creative economy with the Internet of Value has then become an obsession, and as he has been envisioning with the Newlife concept since 2016, which gave birth to the first minimal viable product of the platform in 2019, which was featured on Paper Magazine, Vice, and Dazed. Since then, the NFT, or non-fungible token space, has accelerated the convergence of the creative economy and the Internet of Value in a chaotic manner, and is now the mission, and it's now the mission of Newlife to meaningfully organize this nascent ecosystem through its protocol. Part of the NVIDIA Inception program and far-fetched Dream Assembly laureate, Newlife connects blockchain AI governance to deep learning, sustainable development, and financial inclusion into one social networking app. Sofiane, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Lars, for the great introduction. Before I start, I would like to just make a little remark, which is that I'm so amazed by all the talks. I've been listening to all of them, and I find it quite fascinating the way social media kind of ignore this kind of level of quality, let's say. So social networks are designed for attention, and people who are the best at attention, TikTokers and so on, are currently the ones owning that attention. And I'm very excited to work on kind of solving that problem, because I believe that social networking today is designed in a certain way. It's a bit random. It happened that people who built it started from the concept of advertising. It could have been something else, and now it's very exciting to see that we are getting into this something else. So I brought with me a quick presentation that is usually used for investors and so on, but I will try to make it more, let's say, insightful, but I will use it as like kind of visual media. So I'm gonna load my screen up. And so one thing that I would like you to remember at the end of this presentation is the concept of social 3.0. So the Newcoin protocol is the blockchain arm, let's say, of our startup. To give you a bit of background, so I come from different aspects of the creative economy, but the last one, the one where I spent 10 years as a publisher, that was extremely interesting for me, was fashion. And there is actually a pattern between fashion and all the other forms of innovation, where there is a magical thing happening when there is a consensus between creators that builds a trend. Because fashion, like anything else, and I can take parallel of AI or blockchain, all those concepts are constructs. They are not necessarily valid by essence. They have been built by communities of people who can agree around some standards. So they form new jargon, new business models, new concepts, and then they start building on top of those concepts. And so fashion kind of has this thing, but in a very primitive and visual way, meaning that without realizing it, you walk in the street, you see people passing, you see the way they dress, it gets somewhere inside your brain, and all of our brains are forming a graph, a giant graph that stores all this data about, let's say, memories of visual cues that we get by associating outfits with ideas, with codes and so on, and every country, every city has their own codes, every community. I'm always smiling when I hear people saying, I don't care about fashion, because by saying that, you actually care, but also because look at any, I don't know, developers, for example, are the main ones who say that they don't care about fashion. And then you look at them, they have the same open source Docker t-shirts, and they have those stickers on their laptops, and they have a certain expectation of how a developer should look like. They may have sometimes a ponytail or a beard and certain shapes of glasses and so on. So we are kind of all trapped into this like visual exchange, and so the same happens in everything, and blockchain is again a beautiful example. And so when people come together and create a new technology, then they start to create new models, new constructs. So for example, if you look at the internet, the concept of Web 2.0 that was just discussed just earlier, all those concepts are kind of made up while people are building, and they kind of get to a consensus. Same for like DeFi. DeFi is quite interesting because it has at the same time something that's like short, simple, but it also has the word, defiance, or in French we say défier, which is to kind of rebel or to kind of threaten or challenge, let's say, a power in place. So sometimes those things happen because there is a number of reasons that are not really structural, and it's just brands and concepts. And so what we have been working on at Newlife is trying to solve a major problem, which is that the real creators, and so I would include everyone here in this room, the real creators are ghosted by social media. So social media has defined a law of gravity where everything, they're primitive, everything is around attention and clicks and ads, and so that's the reason why they do anything is how their main primitive is how do we get people to click more, to spend more time on screen, and so on. And as I said earlier, it doesn't have to be the only way. Those metrics, those traction metrics based on retention and screen time and all those things are, again, arbitrary. It could have been something else. So what we have been working on is trying to define how we could value creative value in a way that is not based on the amount of views or the amount of likes or this kind of metrics. And the problem is very big. We believe that it's potentially trillions that are locked, that are hidden by those social networks that prevent us from seeing the unseen behind the TikTokers and behind their equivalent, because I blame a bit TikTok, but actually on Twitter it's the same, on Facebook it's the same. The posts that are the most controversial or shocking or whatever, and it kind of creates a sometimes unconscious, behavior, the development of cognition mechanisms that push people towards that, and creating the content that kind of radicalize people and take them into those extremes, and all the challenges of social media that we all know. And so the solution is this idea of social 3.0. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we have those constructs that are very important to surf on. So if you are a fashion designer and you create a collection, you have to be aware of what the rest of the fashion industry is doing. And so the kind of things we have been working on is mechanism design at the intersection of AI, algorithms, and the formation of those consensus around trends. So this is the Newlife app. This is the old version. We are working on the new release. We have been working on it for the last year. So this is like the legacy, but it will give you an idea. So I look at something, I give my feedback by pressing the screen. You see a green bar, and I tell basically people what I think about what I see. And the more I like, the longer I press. And if I like it a lot, I go to 100%. And then the AI will extract some components, and I will fill this data. So I will say, for example, I like the gloves, and I like this and this. And so we have a standardized format where we collect all this data about what people like, and we are able to use that data not to target people with advertising because it's completely ad-free, but to create a vault for intellectual property that takes all the trail of how the mind of creators is converging towards this or that direction. So instead of having a model where two people will decide the value of something, which is kind of the art model, we are more similar to the music model or the fashion model, where it comes from the consensus of many people. And so we believe that this technology can be extremely useful to add as a mechanism on top of the NFT space. And then we started to get deeper into the crypto space because suddenly it became a thing that, the creative economy, it's a thing. We were working on that since 2016, and it was very difficult. We were talking to investors from the crypto space, and they would not understand because for them, back then, crypto was just for payments and things like that. And we were telling them, but imagine if all those cool kids around the world start to adopt crypto, don't you think it would bring the mass into crypto? And they were like, no, it's just finance, just technology, something that's in the background. And so we were very excited to see the rise of the NFT space and the creative space in crypto. And so the question for us was, okay, we have this great mechanism, this great technology and so on, but this is not really something that the crypto space is adopting. And so following the same logic as for the fashion industry, what were the major trends around crypto? And we saw three main ones. I would say DAO, obviously. A lot of them have been launched in the last 3-4 years that are very successful and that are actually operating a lot of decisions being made by those people. The second one is obviously the NFT standard, which has produced lots of economies, not only in the art, but many forms of scarcity-driven economies. And then the third one is the DeFi model, which is obviously the biggest trend of the last few years. And so we were thinking, how can we apply those standards, those processes, into this concept of creative value? And so the main thing that we found in common between those things were the fact that they all had this common denominator, that they were very social. So if you look at an NFT, without the community, without the social UIs where you can navigate and so on, it wouldn't be the same. NFT is a post on Instagram where the owner actually has value that's being compound, as opposed to just trying to catch attention. People will spend more time, look at them, appreciate them, instead of just scrolling super fast. And it's deep value and deep ownership of content for social media. Then you look at DeFi, it's people who gather around social-like interfaces, and instead of clicking likes, they actually make moves that have money attached, and so it's much deeper than just again browsing and liking. So it's much more also emotionally loaded. But at the end of the day, it's kind of the same. It's people interacting around interfaces. And the third type is the DAO, and the DAO is obviously a social network where decisions are being made. So we were thinking a lot of the problems that we tried to solve since the beginning of New Life were around using the best mechanism design to redistribute creative value across creators based on peer-to-peer valuation. So when you look at the New Life app, what we are doing is using algorithms such as PageRank, where instead of having the people with the highest amount of likes being more valuable, it's more the expertise and how people reach consensus. So we looked at how to use data and how to use all those cues in order to have scoring systems that were relevant. And obviously in the blockchain, it's much heavier, it's much slower, but it also has the great advantage that it's Sybil resistant. You need to put money where your mouth is, which brings a completely new dynamic. And so the way Social 3.0 is structured, and the idea we are pushing forward is it's a social network where every content is an NFT, and every the cloud of the profiles is a stake pool where people can buy a pool token by staking tokens in there. And then where all the policy around content and so on is not decided by an opaque organization that decides like God who should be allowed to speak and who should be allowed to own their content and data, but it would be actually democratically driven on a peer-to-peer basis by the users. And so we have been building this protocol. What's amazing about it is that it's a premium proof of stake, in the sense that it's not only people who have the most money that will get to decide who can run nodes, but it's actually people who have the highest value locked in their pool. So again, people will have to take the risk to bet on a creator because they believe that that creator will increase in value. They will spend the time to review that content instead of just scrolling and trying to get this like flashy thing that attracts your attention. They will really take the time to look at every content posted on those social networks. And I said social networks because New Life is the first one, and we want people to be able to create their own. So there will be an unlimited amount of UIs that will be at the service of the user. So instead of having users being like, let's say, serfs on land that they don't own, and having to like comply basically with the rules of the big master, Jack or Mark, it's more people who will actually have their content. They will have ownership of their content. They will have ownership of their intellectual property, their data, and so on. And the apps will be here to provide a service to them. So it completely flips the relationship the other way around. And the idea is that all those apps will try to design their own algorithms. They will try to design their own policy, and there will be a free market of apps trying to be the best at decentralized moderation and this kind of stuff. So we were heads down for quite a while. We just went to the crypto space back in May, June, trying to raise a bit of funds. So we raised about $1 million. On our platform, we have people who are, let's say, deeply involved in the, I wouldn't say legacy creative economy, because you have basically three main creative economies. You have the creative economy as in obviously the crypto native, which is the one that is currently dominating in crypto, all the crypto punks and all the things that were discussed today. Then you have the mainstream creative economy, which is really mass and based on attention and advertising and sponsors and things like that. So all the like Beyonce and all those like big celebrities. But then you have another space that is less known, and it's actually the equivalent of the crypto space, but for creators. And it's all the insiders who actually produce the trends that will be adopted in the next 5 to 10 years. So when you look at hipsters, for example, the concept of hipsters has spread across the globe, and now everyone in the world is a hipster. But back in the 2002, 2003, it was maybe, I don't know, 5 guys in Montreal who started Vice magazine, for example. And the same happened with the streetwear culture. Now you see everyone is starting to wear caps and hoodies and stuff. And it's like, yeah, hip hop culture and so on. But this big wave started somewhere around 2010. So you have people who start this ripple, and then that ripple will influence the world, and it just happens later. And those are the people that we have on our platform. So some of them work behind the scenes, so they are working at luxury groups and so on. Some of them are a little bit famous, like Grimes, who became very famous recently in the last few years. And some of them are, the people who make the graphic design for Balenciaga and this kind of brands. And so they use the platform to kind of search for consensus with others, because the Instagram and those platforms are extremely noisy. You have a lot of like content that you don't want to see, especially when you are trying to flow and trying to have a high density of innovative content. That's the reason why people use our product so far. So we believe it's a big market, 100 billion in terms of the creators around the world and how they monetize. So if you look at the landscape today, so we didn't put everyone, we put the major players. So you have on one side people who are building decentralized social networks. Some of them have been around for a very long time. I find it funny that suddenly everyone wakes up about decentralized social networks. Steemit has been around since maybe 2015 or something. So those models are not new, but new ones are coming. DISO is the latest, which is BitCloud, basically, who opened their model to more app developers. And then you have the more, let's say, tokenizing existing cultural capital. And so when you look at platforms like Foundation or Luxo or Flow, they actually bring in things from the real world, like NBA or like Chanel or all those brands into the crypto space. And so we are sitting somewhere in between, where we don't want necessarily to be a general purpose smart contract platform. It's very formatted. So there is one format for all the apps. It will always be the same. But we are very specialized in that segment. So for example, where DISO would be more on the Twitter game, and what are the other ones? It feels like most of those platforms are actually targeting specific segments of the space, and our segment, I would say, is more adjacent to Instagram and all these like fashion people. So our team is made of pretty senior people on the technical side. Vitaly was writing papers about decentralized system in the I think early 2000. We are also very lucky to have Erica, who was the managing director of Facebook in Europe, and she was dealing with public relations with the European Union and things like that. And so she knows very well all the problems around regulations and compliance and so on. We have Prema from MIT. Tony is a friend who's consulting brands like Prada and so on. So he kept doing the things that I was doing before, but he's now fascinated by crypto and it feels now the fashion world is extremely interested by crypto. Something big is about to happen. And we're also very lucky to have Mihaela, who worked at the social impact at IOHK with Cardano. So to give an idea of how it looks like, so we have three main layers. We have the SDK for app developers, where they can come and build an app out of the backend that we provide. We have New Graph, which is something that is a bit unavoidable. So it's a big intellectual challenge when we talk about decentralization. There are things that should be decentralized. There are things that, when it comes to the ownership of the content, the ownership of the private keys, and so on. But I do believe that an efficient application running on chain still needs to have the kind of behavior of Web 2. So, for example, the ability to recommend content, to retrieve data very fast, to personalize experiences, and so on. So we have still this AI layer that is running, but again, the AI layer is working as a servant of the user, not as, and it's actually interchangeable. So if an app developer doesn't like it, they can just build their own, or they can, other players can come into the space and provide those capabilities. But we believe that that layer is mandatory, because when you see basic internet consumers, they just expect that it will be like Instagram and TikTok. They would not go back to the internet 1.0, where you had to like surf by yourself for hours to find the content that you like. And then the new coin that provides all the smart contract capabilities. So, okay, here the slide didn't work, but it was explaining a bit the tokenomic. And yeah, so I don't know if it's 15 minutes, but I don't want to go too deep into my time.
Thank you very much, Sofiane. Thank you, that was great. So we are going to now move from the presentation portion of the meeting to the panel discussion portion. And the way that we are running right now, we may actually run over time a little bit. You're certainly welcome to stay and participate in the Q&A towards the end. In the last half hour or so, we'll start addressing questions that you put in the Q&A box. So please go ahead and feel free to do that. Before we move on to the panel discussion, though, I want to open it with a few provocations. So first, I want to mention about the word debates in the title of ArchAgenda Debates. So the original ArchAgenda Debates was in 2015, and it was subtitled Setting the Agenda for 21st Century Architecture and Design. And in the spirit of that subtitle, it was a true debate in the sense of arguing for the best direction that architecture and design can move in. This year, as we slowly begin to emerge from the pandemic world, I propose that you consider the word debating to mean a self-reflective process in the design disciplines, reflecting deeply on possible futures in the post-pandemic world. So I would like to kick off with a few brief provocations to start what I'm calling a spontaneous thought experiment among us. So our intent, Lars and I intend to moderate with a light touch, meaning that we invite the panelists to also ask questions of one another rather than letting us kind of frame the entire discussion. And later on, we will invite the audience into Q&A as questions begin to pop up in the Q&A box. So generally, some of the topics that that we thought of as we were discussing kind of how this event would unfold, it is just kind of a list. We don't necessarily have to cover all these topics, but starting with systems building, spatio-social media, such as the Metaverse, and with that crypto media, cyber-physical scenarios, such as architecture augmented by digital spaces, the rise of meta-humanness, which is the term that Balaji Srivanasan uses is the pseudonymous economy. and the importance of that in the metaverse. So the transformation of humanness as we begin to function via avatars that obviously can be tailor-made to be anything. And then we really want to discuss distributed urban planning, distributed ownership, like the fractionalized NFTs that Twobadour was talking about. Architecture as UX for the built environment. And with that, the hybrid evolutions of virtual and real cities, or as Lars calls them, the latent spaces. And then maybe we can get into areas like digital twins, which thus far have primarily been used as kind of technical ways of representing something that will be built, but we are here proposing that they are more aligned with the design process and sort of forming urban synergies. And finally, as the outcome of all the above, the metaverse and cyberspace in general as the next evolutionary step in what Patrik termed the autopoiesis of architecture, parametricism and its subsidiary style tectonism. Also to remind you, the biennial curator's provocation. So David Brown, who's the curator, is using the theme of a project that he has been involved with for many years that I mentioned earlier, where he's finding vacant lots all over the city, and he has so far located 15,000 of them that are city-owned and just kind of sitting there. So what he's asking is the available city directly confronts the often opaque process of how cities are designed and developed by proposing an inclusive and transparent design process. So he's interested in kind of co-joining all these spaces somehow. And then final two things. I invited Balaji Srivanasan to be with us today. He is, if you're not familiar with him, he's a very big voice in the crypto space and also an extraordinary entrepreneur, and somehow manages to tweet the most profound things. So what took me a few pages to describe in the beginning of this, he tweeted in June of 2020, and here's what he tweeted: how to start a city, build a community in the cloud, organize economy around remote work, enforce laws with smart contracts, practice in-person norms of civility, simulate architecture in virtual reality, eventually crowdfund territory, and materialize a city into the real world. And that, in a nutshell, is really what the subject of this whole conference is, the ArchAgenda debates this year. Also, another big voice in the crypto space and also in Silicon Valley, and especially in the world of economics and kind of libertarian or techno-libertarian principles, is Patrik Friedman. And he talks about three things I want to touch on as kind of touch points that we might want to take up in the discussion. One, he talks about charter cities as regulatory sandboxes to test new governance innovations, zoning codes, urban design, etc. And that's something that Twobadour touched on very strongly. He was talking about the metaverse as kind of a sandbox for testing a future reality that may not yet fully exist. Another thing that Patrik Friedman talks about, or he asks, is how can we design cities that are as beautiful and integrated as iPhone? And lastly, a challenge that that he made publicly, but then he and I kind of discussed it briefly, is that no one seems to be competently developing a general interoperable metaverse just yet. And the truth is we don't have the technology and means quite yet to achieve that. But everybody in this space is kind of envisioning that that's coming. So in other words, one metaverse. What he says, though, is that what we have right now are walled gardens. So in other words, like kind of separate metaverses with no opportunity to kind of take your identity or your digital assets or kind of your creative presence in one metaverse to another. And I want us to touch on that as well. So I'm going to be quiet now and ask the panel to begin discussing from whichever direction you see fit some of these topics that I have mentioned. So if you please put on your cameras and we can begin discussing.
So, if I may kick off, this is a quick premise which leads me up to a question. First of all, the thrill of the whole cryptocurrency and blockchain ecosystem of entrepreneurship and this unbelievable space of invention it's what thrills me so much and what energizes so many. And it brings out creative energies also, you know, of 20-somethings and now teenagers who break through with radical innovations in a space simply because we've, let's say, the regulatory and compliance regimes, those breaks and licenses and the big barriers to join and do something have been taken off, and we've seen an unbelievable flourish. So that's one thing which is thrilling everybody. But it also brings up interesting, and a lot of this, what I'm seeing in DeFi in particular, is very promising and profound, and it's very sophisticated. At the same time, we also see a lot of unsuspected, puzzling things which I don't need to get my head around still. And the NFT explosion is one of those things which I find maybe it's not more popular because it's easier, it's very intuitive, but it's also at the same time puzzling. And the challenge for me is, what I'm throwing out there is, should there be, I mean, let's say if you have digital assets and which have a nearly zero cost of reproduction, and they become nearly public goods, knowledge creations, creator economy. I mean, in the libertarian discourse, there's been a long and deep debate about IP, whether it should exist or shouldn't exist. And it's fascinating, this kind of crave for property. But what is also curious is there's something in the NFT that this kind of thing of owning something isn't so much controlling it. It's still very thrown out and opened up, and what Twobadour is saying in terms of distributing and making it available. So it's a kind of funny and strange tension of this idea of ownership, and maybe there starts to be levels of control that when if you have a CryptoPunk, you should actually really have to own it in order to show it up on Twitter. And so it becomes a part of self-expression. But the one question is, should there be property in assets which maybe don't need any property rights? And I'm saying this as a creator where we have IP conditions, but actually in our space of architecture, it never really becomes an issue. And ideas are cheap and easy, and let everybody run with it, and implementing it and bringing it home in a complex application is something which is very hard to copy. And you can see in the rest of the DeFi space that you have white papers published and projects announced, transparency, everything is given out, open source, and still, and you could just take a code and fork it off and do something else, but then, so there's this property NFT, but I also think it's part of that, actually it's not really even about control, it's gratuitous gifting, being thrilled and wanting to give to the creators, because that's another economy I know about happening in Asia, in China. You haven't seen it here so much, that when you watch it TV, you have fans and influencers, there's all these tools of giving away, gifting, making other people wealthy. There's nothing expected in return. So is that part of it? So anyway, for me, there's an interesting puzzle. And so that's a question to Twobadour, what you would say about this. What's the meaning of property with respect to digital assets? Is it something different from a real asset where you fight tooth and nail about, where you need to know that you own in order to invest in it? And for Sofiane, I think it was interesting for me this idea of the attention economy and there was the mechanisms you have. You're saying that you can have secure kind of creator value and quality through a number of mechanisms. One is, I'm not sure I understood you right, that the commitment is through other creators rather than to everybody, or is it just based on the fact that you think if you commit resources, then you think deeper, it's not just a kind of flippant thing? Is that what it hinges on? But if that sort of hinges on, then you also, in a way, you could you commit to what you think others or majority or most would buy into. So this is kind of trend prediction, which might have very little to do with your own commitment. So there's a kind of strange paradox there also, which I was wanting to tease out. So yeah, for me, that's the kind of bizarre space, and I leave you with these kind of reflections and challenges.
Yeah, so if I can go next, I think the concept of ownership is bound to media and currency. There are many dimensions where governance is not only split in terms of percentage, but also split in terms of dimension. So for example, you can be the owner of a place, but rent it, and then the person who's inside the place, you cannot violate that property because they are renting, but it's your property, but you cannot get inside. You can be the owner of a specific license, but not having rented it to someone, and they can do something with your content, with your IP, but you can't because you rent that license, but you are still the owner. And then this kind of rabbit hole goes on forever, where you can be, for example, the big boss of the, I don't know, this ghetto where you have drug dealers who claim territories, but you also have the police that claim that territories, and then you have the landlord of that building that also claims that territory, and you have different dimensions where this ownership exercise is. And so I do believe that if you look at, Atlas Shrugged, for example, this peer-to-peer validated community of creators who decide to withdraw from society, I feel that the metaverse has a lot of that, as in people trying to escape, it's the fight or flight mechanism, and sometimes people who are creative are just leave me alone and I want to go into my creative bubble and kind of forget about the harshness of the world. And that's why you get, the United States and then Hollywood and the Silicon Valley, all people fleeing to the West. So I would say that the metaverse and those creative communities have to create new forms of territories where their ownership can apply, and this ownership is not necessarily US dollar.
Well, just very quick, yes, in territory there is a rivalness relation. But a lot of the intellectual content is non-rival. So and also maybe there's excludability is also an interesting question. It probably can now with but it would have to be an artificial excludability and an artificial with non-rivalness kind of potential uses.
Unless you put a patent on.
There's a lot of psychological kind of not easily to trace the utility rationality of and psychological investment in these types of property.
Yeah, I was having a conversation with a patent attorney who said brilliantly that there is a reason why it's called intellectual property, because it's a virtual land that is somewhere in your mind where all the ideas are connected, and the combination of all those ideas are forming the territory that you own. But there are actually other ways it can be protected. So for example, through network effects. So if you look at IPFS, for example, in the blockchain, they give it all open source, free, and so on, same with Urbit and this kind of decentralized systems. But they understand that people who use such system will somehow find their interest in interacting with the native entity as opposed to creating a silo outside. So sometimes ownership can be very indirect and can have implications beyond the direct ownership.
I think I want to steer this a little bit into another layer. And I'm going to actually invite Sara to talk about this idea of designing for complexity, because I think you spoke really on a very theoretical level about that and kind of translating the significance of various technological innovative moments into physical installations. So I just want to invite you and also R.Neumayr to kind of comment on these things. Robert hasn't presented today yet. He's going to present next week, but he's here with us on the panel. And then finally, also, I want to invite Martin E. Rosenberg, who is with us as well, who has written a great deal about autoplaces. to kind of get into this conversation about designing for complexity?
Sure, I can start with a couple thoughts about it. I think there's several considerations that I've found at play in my own experience with designing to complexity. The first is that as a designer, I have to function kind of like a journalist in that I need to be able to be a quick study for a new field. When designing at a scale for a system that has operational aspects that are many and with a lot of interdependency, it's not sufficient to just, as you might for a small scale like web UX project, understand a few key use cases and then make your design. You actually have to become a subject matter expert in the discipline to effectively really map out the critical, because you have to actually identify the critical design drivers, intentions, and just the surface of the problem space. Your users can't do it for you because they don't understand the design process. So there's a significant upfront effort that's needed in order to really understand the environment that you're designing for. And then there's project design. You have to be able to make a large scale project plan to have the different stages of research, experimentation, prototyping, and then iteration at scale, and be able to, in my experience, to be able to involve all the key stakeholders and collaborators in each of those stages and learn more from them at each of those stages in order to evolve your own understanding of the complexity and how to really find that sweet spot for a design that genuinely addresses the complexity. So you need to involve them at every single stage, both to keep learning from them, but then also because as your collaborators, they need to stay bought into your process. And what I found on the Mars 2020 mission is that the people that I'm collaborating with, being that they're not designers, they're not generative thinkers in the same way that designers are, in that we tend to have a vision and then we have faith through all the ambiguity of the evolution process and trust that we are going to arrive at this new thing that no one has imagined before. And so keeping stakeholders in a place where they're holding the faith with you through those stages and finding ways to communicate with them through all the ebbs and flows of the process, and re-engaging them and re-inspiring their confidence at each one of those phases, both subject matter expert collaborators, technical collaborators, because the scale involves a scale of implementation also that folks need to be bought in who are going to work with you. And then the other piece, and this is something that I've learned from learning about the practice of system architecture for software, large-scale software systems, is that you have to develop a skill to know where the interface is between yourself as the person holding the meta design problem space and the experts with deep knowledge in specific areas that your design spans, and to understand where that interface boundary needs to be, and to be able to acquire the understanding that you need across that boundary from experts, and to inspire the trust in those experts that you're holding the big picture in such a way that's really relevant for them as well. And that is a particular skill that I have worked to cultivate in order to be effective doing large-scale system design.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm just wondering, Robert, if you can talk a little bit about your research and kind of this issue of designing for complexity and how you see that manifesting in your work.
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Robert. Thanks for having me. I haven't said anything so far. I think my presentation is on the next week, but I listened into all the presentations and I really enjoyed them, especially also Sarah's presentation. And I thought it was really interesting how she was describing the way that just try to start to understand, if you start tackling a different scope of work, how you would, in the first instance, need to set up sort of meta system to understand how different aspects of specific problems would fit in and then can be tied together to some interesting process, you know. And I thought at some point you had this interesting list, you know, of steps you would go through in a way, you know, that started with immersing in the project, you know, trying to understand the details, and then in the end, you know, tinkering with it, iteration, trying it out, and then in the end focusing on something and really pushing the project to the end. And I think and then you described how you were kind of scaling this, you know, from a small installation probably towards a much more complex and bigger problem. I thought that's interesting, and you know, that also reminded me of these super early processes, you know, like Kevin Kelly, you know, who said it's just this essentially 3 steps, you know, like you set up a system that works, you iterate until it works flawlessly, then you end up adding another aspect to it, then you keep on iterating and so on. And at some point you just end up having a complex or a solution to a complex problem. And also the other day I read a really old article by Jeff Kipnis, I think from the 2000s. He was talking about the FOA terminal in Yokohama, and he was essentially saying that, like, within architecture, I think the questions, there's always 4 points, you know, the questions in architectural processes always hinge on the same topics, you know, and I think the only thing that changes is the way that we look at them, you know. And I thought that's interesting as well, because for me, I think that scaling to, like, from, I don't know, not simple problems, but problems that we used to tackle in the traditional ways, you know, that we used to tackle within let's say vernacular traditional ideas of kind of trying to reimagine given solutions and try to reapply them to more contemporary problems. I think which is not working anymore really, because you know, the problems in urbanism architecture are becoming so complex, so multi-layered, you know, that you can't really rely on your previous experience in order to come up with a novel solution. And I think, so for me, it's all about sort of extending that process as well, you know, like thinking about how these things need to be implemented into a process, you know, and how you can essentially tie all the relevant factors into some kind of administered process in a way, you know, and how you then can start to explore the design space, really, you know, how you can start creating this multitude of different solutions, you know, but which I think is obviously something that parametric design is really strong at, you know. But in the end, I think it's also for me about how you then end up, you know, assessing the qualities and the performance of these different solutions, this multitude of 1,000 elements that you can create really quickly, you know. And I think this is when Sara said, you know, there's this kind of collaboration coming in, you know, so you rely on the expertise of other people, you know, to sort of hint at what might be working, what might not be working. And I think for us in our practice, it's more it's also about this, of course, I think, but it's also a lot about genetic algorithms, you know, these kind of things, trying to automate this and trying to find let's say automated kind of evolution-based sort of strategies, you know, in order to tell one solution from the other.
Thank you so much. The reason I'm jumping in here like this is because I want to make sure we introduce all the panelists, because some of them have not talked yet. And then I want to bring this issue and question background to Shajay and Patrik, who deal with these issues all the time, not just in their practice, but also in academic setting at AADRL. So I want to give a chance to Martin to jump in here and tell us a little bit about your research and writings, and also kind of your take on what you've heard so far today.
Well, first, let me thank you, Daniela, for inviting me to participate in this world, which may seem, it may seem that I'm a fish out of water, but I do have an interesting perspective that may be of some use down the road, which I'll go into obviously in more detail next week. The question that I would introduce to these presentations on really emergent design and the movement from simple to complex systems has to do with the neuro-phenomenology of the user experience of these environments. I originally defined myself as a cultural historian of the scientific concept of emergence and the cultural work that that concept performs in philosophy and across the arts. I have actually written on, for example, autopoiesis and architecture, focusing on the avant-garde visionary architects Arakawa and Gins. But what makes their work different from the work presented here is they engaged in a form of architectural practice coming out of conceptual art, where they would alter the user's embodied cognition, forcing them to experience the world not from the top down, but from the bottom up. And I employed the work of Maturana and Varela, and then more specifically in terms of Varela's more recent project, after he left working with Maturana, on the whole notion of embodied and enactive cognition. And so my research actually focuses on the distinction between what kind of epistemology and embodied cognition is involved in, for example, the decision-making while playing the game of chess, where chess freezes time between events, between the moves on the chessboard, and the players are able to contemplate contemplate in leisure outside of time what the potential possibilities for the future might lie with the unfolding of the game itself, to a very different scenario of jazz musicians who have to make decisions, and those decisions are often beneath the threshold of conscious awareness without the benefit of time in suspension. And so what I would pose to all of the panelists here is that in the process of designing toward complexity, toward connectivity, is that what are the user experiences going to be in these environments? And with that respect, I would then introduce this notion of neuro-phenomenology of decision-making, and drawing not only on the work of Daniel Kahneman, who maybe many of you know about, but also Francisco Varela and those associated with him. So why don't I just stop there and see what that generates in terms of response.
Thank you so much. And I mean, I don't think you're a fish out of water at all. In fact, one of the central things that was asked from us by the biennial organizer, or by the biennial curator, I should say, part of his provocation has to do with looking at urban planning and urban design more as like an improvisational jazz process than the top-down heavy process that it is right now, like highly regulated and really difficult to get through. I also wanted, I'm not sure if Vera Kichanova is still with us. I see her icon on the screen, but if you're here, if you could please unmute for a moment, just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your perspective. Vera is going to be presenting next week. I think you're on mute.
Yes, Daniela, Thank you very much for organizing yet another very stimulating, very interesting, insightful discussion. My topic, my research topic, the topic of my both professional and academic research is in private cities. So what I'm interested in, whether a private city can be run as a firm, as a successful business, whether it's a replicable model. And I'm studying the real life attempts to build private cities. And one of them is that very promising experiment in Honduras, the Prospera, which was mentioned here several times, which we're working with at Zaha Hadid Architects. And from the political economy perspective, the biggest challenge to all those projects, as far as I see, is the issue of political control over the territory, because here we see kind of a catch-22 vicious cycle situation whereby there is if you look at the world map, so the demand for such experimental governance model is the highest in countries which are plagued by a lot of institutional problems, with the problems with rule of law, problems with democratic representation, transparency, corruption. So these are countries which would benefit most from creating these enclaves. But at the same time, if you are a developer of a private city, a charter city, there are different names for this kind of special jurisdiction, a model city, a startup city. So they are partially interreplaceable. So if you are a developer, if you want to try this out, you have to deal with the government. You have to deal with the same government that is in a way responsible for all these problems you're trying to tackle. And today, with great enthusiasm, I've heard about an alternative approach. So apparently, the Metaverse approach, creating something in a virtual reality in parallel to the existing physical world, seems to me like a way to circumvent this existing problem, and maybe a step towards, at the next stage, creating this physical cities. So like the smart cities, including those like government-funded, government-advanced projects of smart cities, they like this idea of a digital twin, creating a digital model and simulating that would simulate the processes happening in a city, the transport flows, the all sort of things, the delivery of services, the democratic processes, and allow the municipal government to try out different scenarios, different ways of developing a city. But of course, if it's not the government, if these are entrepreneurial people, enthusiastic people, then we should expect a much faster evolution. So as Friedrich Hayek said, that competition is an element that is responsible for all evolution. So if we want this to speed up the evolution, to try out as many models as fast as possible, then it seems like the Metaverse approach is a very, very promising one.
Thank you so much. And thanks everybody for jumping in here and giving us your view. And I want to open the discussion again to everybody to interact and ask questions, but especially bring it back around to Patrik and Shajay and Vít, whom are kind of most familiar with the project that was introduced today, and just kind of maybe ask you guys to respond or interact with the last few comments that you heard.
Well, first of all, I would like to share excitement that I just got invited to GitEx, which takes place tomorrow. It actually is viewed by more than 200,000 people. And the TDFi company is organizing it also wants to be actively involved in the process. As you probably know, last 2 weeks I was in Dubai, popularizing the idea, and now it's coming into fruition. So it's very cool to see that the people are getting back to me and they want to be part of the creation of this world. And second of all, of course, it's very cool to listen to all these stories. And Vera, thank you for your summary. I'm really looking forward to come up with the best ideas how to make the city as interactive as possible. Also, so we actually make it sustainable financially as well as sexy to stay in. That's why I think also these guys from TDFi are very useful partners, because they are into the same space. One of their other projects that they incubated is a Sin City, which might be interesting to look into what kind of collaboration can there be done. It's kind of a GTA, but on blockchain and also hosted in a decentralized way. So I think if things are coming together, it keeps me excited, and I'm looking forward to move it to the next level. We have 6 months to get it up and running.
Thank you very much.
Right. I want to reflect on, the fact, for instance, that the territory at Liberland is sitting there totally unused, a precious asset. And here's somebody who wants to make use of it, who could energize it, bring people, bring investment, bring economic vitality into a pretty dead zone. But there's possession, there's power, there's this kind of paranoia of keeping possessions and territorial powers fully untouched. Even the smallest fragment cannot be kind of let go of, and you've seen it all over the place. It's really sad, and the only thing which can stand against it is some kind of publicity and public process of support and pressure. And I think social pressure and social legitimacy are increasing forces in the world. I see two forces. I see markets and discourses, and both of them are super prevalent in the crypto space as well, where you not only have exchanges, but you have all these white papers and Discord communities and so on. And that's what would help. I think to it's nearly the shame of a country like Croatia in this kind of stance of prevention. Prospero is amazing because in the way that Honduras is letting go, and that's an absolutely unique phenomenon in the world, with this sort of Zaga regulation and being inspired by the idea of charter cities and Paul Romer's, and he has discourse and science and economic reasoning, and had an impact on the political scene. Of course, through some figures who heard about it, who brought this to Honduras, and you have to be very desperate as a territory and as a political class to kind of understand that the problem might be in that you have to kind of self-overcome and let others take over pieces, and that is Honduras. I mean, Honduras has an extremely low, of course, per capita income, and that's where a lot of in Central America, fantastically, a lot of the migration to the US is taking place, and people is just walking out. And on that level, but they've made that step, and of course, it has electrified a whole community of intellectuals and entrepreneurs. And that's what I see here. So it takes little. It takes this planet is so encrusted by power, invested powers, and possessions that the slightest break, and Twobadour was earlier saying this kind of fracture in the system. You could let the genie out of the bottle, and it's just starting. And the crypto space is so important I think as a signal, and thankfully it's gotten so way out of the bottle. The genie is so far out that it's probably impossible, particularly with the global phenomenon, to put it back in. So that's what is inspiring. And what I find interesting here is that with these models, and crypto is an example, but also this idea of these political economies, in terms of complexity, designing for complexity, the whole point is that you step back and you have, of course, your design framework. inverted commas, mechanism, incentive structures, agile and maybe governance systems, but the substantive elements. But this is, each of these designs is part of it. Hundreds and thousands of designs in an ecosystem where these are vetted, competitive, where investments flow in and out, and you need these markets and discourses. I mean, that's the thing. Even in DeFi, the word is not out. A lot of it is promise and speculation, but something is so a unitary system designer. Generally, yes, you can design a mission to Mars, but that's not the that's, let's say, minuscule complexities, the kind of complexities we want to address when we're talking about global, competing in a global network of governance systems and economic systems and currency systems, financial systems. That's the excitement here. And on the one hand, and in a way you can show that literally teenagers are showing off and wiping out the legacy banks systems, and you can see how decrepit, false, and dysfunctional, the ECBs, for instance, and this whole apparatus. And within that, there's some kind of people who understand something, but they're kind of frozen in a bureaucratic machinery. So that's the thrill. That little breakthrough is the avalanche which is the metaverse, which is borderless, permissionless, and gives everybody a chance to get in and through merit, through ideas. And literally, I'm just talking about, if you look at Rari Capital, I mean, these are teenagers, 1 billion under of investment within a few weeks. I mean, these under investment, locked into their protocols, because they're the most radical on the free end of things. I mean, they have a platform of creating landing platforms, a kind of meta system, and that's what I find fascinating. And they say, yes, it's maybe it's risky, and we let them try it. You can copy in a lot of existing, you can copy in other compound, make hybrids, bring in any assets, NFTs, anything, and build up a financial system. And the oldest of the three is 20. And I find, and these things accelerating. And at the other time, you have legacy systems with demagogy and nannyism, trying to kind of put a lid on. Sorry, this is blown out, and I'm excited.
I have a question for you, Patrik. I'm just curious if you think there's any stable kind of overarching mental model for what you just described. Like, is it an ecosystem? Is it rhizomic? Is it Darwinian? Is it many things at the same time? Like, how do you imagine?
It's all of the above, and it's interesting. And it substitutes for corporations. And it's no longer this employment relationship. I mean, a lot of people are contributing to these ecosystems, voluntarily, open system, and they're rewarded with airdrops, with coins, they're buying coins. Anyway, everybody who's participating in this, I mean, it's kind of, it's a new way of life. And I think I don't know how far this generalizes across all domains and economies, but I think it's something which is thrilling, and I think the metaverse, and it is deeply invested with the concept of legitimacy, of let's say a different form of democracy, which is the democracy of the invested, of the contributors, and not some kind of voting mass, which is kind of that's why systems of voting also critically investigated and experimented with. There's not one model. Of kind of you're born with a universal suffrage and never, whether you know or don't know, this principle as Sofiane was saying, you just kind of flippantly click a like and dislike. It's a different system. It's an ecosystem. It is Darwinian, but it also has, it's a Darwinianism which isn't purely materialistic. There's a lot of missionary zeal and energy to create a better world. Of course, because it's youth. And when you're youthful and you feel the energy, you feel the power, you don't need the comforts, and you win and lose, let's say, fortunes. If you feel, the grandfather of all of this, Buterin, he hasn't even hit 30 yet, and it's a pleasure to watch him, and he's totally on a, this idea of foundation is also very interesting. Open source. it's a new world. And I think the complexity which comes with this is a different order of complexity than, let's say, these kind of a NASA project. No disrespect. I mean, and it's important, but it's also important that the contributors to this, I mean, there are those who are just playing around and getting in on the quick switch schemes, but a lot of the players, in particular when you have the legacy financial, the best and brightest of the legacy financial systems, investment funds and hedge funds and so on come in. I mean, the interventions are not random. The interventions are empowered by deep theory, by algorithmic data collection, by prediction machines. So when you have this high rationality, which is built up out of thousands of individually quite sharply empowered steps and positions, and continuously, let's say, monitored and reflected upon on that meta level, discursive meta level. So it's amazing, and it's a thrill to and we get excited. I mean, so we want to dabble as well. We want to become entrepreneurs and build a system like this, which we let go, where we create another autonomous organization, another kind of creature. I mean, these are also kind of the creatures which no individual controls in the end anymore. Although individuals and charismatic contributors, have a voice, and it's not everybody's voice necessarily equal. And Vitalik Buterin makes a proposal, rightfully you get a lot of attention to that.
Yeah, I would say that in comparison to that, there's not really a parallel, but a NASA mission, at least the NASA missions I've experienced, Europa Clipper in Mars 2020. The frontier of unknown is not a social space. It's not a social systems space. The frontier of the unknown is the physical space, the physical frontier, the literal. When people quote Star Trek unironically all the time at JPL, we're boldly going where no one has physically gone before. But the methodologies and the organizational structures with which that is done is very top down. It's very organized. It's very known. The risk analysis is a primary methodology because the environment physically is so unknown, and the entire endeavor is being done under the kind of under the premise of being accountable to public funding. So being as careful about and as organized about approaching those unknowns as possible. So it's a completely different paradigm than what you're talking about. I think the only similarity is engaging with the unknown, and engaging with an unknown that is exciting, really.
I think on that, there was an interesting analogy, it's also similar to the ongoing debate between centralized AI and kind of on the decentralized wisdom of the markets type of. So on the one hand, the centralized systems believe that everything can be deterministically evaluated, and on the other hand, if you think of the blockchain as a decentralized computer with probabilistic states, it becomes very Darwinian in that sense, right? You can only kind of think about from one state to the next, what kind of selection pressure can you apply to steer, rather than exactly determine. And I think there's still a lot of proponents and maybe a lot of legacy institutions wanting things to be kind of magically solved by centralized AI systems. And it also, Daniel Dennett had spoken about this kind of idea that centralized AI believes that all neurons in the AI system is equal, there's no probability aspect to it, whereas in a decentralized system, you're always talking about probabilistic modes, right? You're not taking anything for guaranteed, though even this guarantee of security is still like at 51% of the nodes working, right? Like it's not like 100% of the nodes working all of the time, which is what like a centralized AI model believes. Like it believes that the neurons can be fired like with absolute guarantee. Like there is no safe, even thinking that like some of the computers might not work, like, or some of, so it's this kind of, thinking that like in one way, like there is benefit for a centralized model, like in very, very specific scenarios, but for the most part, like a decentralized network has to be more resilient, or will be more resilient in the truly evolutionary sense, that because like there's so many pathways that like a decentralized network could take, whereas a centralized command and control type of model is likely to fail like in almost all scenarios except for the ones that it was designed for. So I think there are many parallels there, like, and so in terms of what Twobadour said, like, the metaverse is a kind of sandbox on steroids. Like that's kind of clear, because like most of the things will fail, and that's what's going to make it resilient, because in the truly evolutionary sense, like we just need to accelerate the amount of experimentation to be successful. Like,
just want to briefly end. I mean, and what these projects experimenting with, each of them is of course highly sophisticated design, with based on scientific papers, based on white papers, based on criticism, on auditing, and it's not only the code but also the game theoretic. So it's a bit like NASA as it's a solitary thing, but here would be like 1,000 NASAs trying different ways. But also the end game is less clearly defined necessarily, because there's a lot of emergent discovery as well, and it's a game of combinatorics, these kind of money Legos in DeFi, where you build one on top of the other and you loop around them. That's also fascinating. That there's an explosion of complexity that has been crossed when so many protocols and so many opportunities are available to be combined and fit into each other, and then there's always multiple competitive components in each of the nodes, as it were, and then the system is evolving. That's fascinating. But there's still, there's a lot of an attempt also. Then there's theory, economic theory, trying to track it, understand it, trying to simulate it. All these services which come in, all these aggregators. All those intelligence systems, these kind of pricing updates. I mean, that's the ecosystem. I mean, and how do they emerge? It just seems they emerge wherever there's a space of freedom to charge into, and at a certain point they cross the threshold, which when it's really getting exciting. And that was last summer, the so-called DeFi summer, and now but the shift from them to that within a year is in terms of scale of innovation, if you will put out the metrics, it's an absolutely unprecedented phenomenon, and I attribute it ultimately to freedom, and I think that's we need to see that the same thing happening in other spaces, which are, at the moment, are frozen up.
Oh, I think
Thank you so sorry. Go ahead.
I just had not too long ago a little bit of a impersonal kind of revelation. I think we're part of like a larger quest to figure out, how basically the reality that we are in was created in a way that what makes it so interesting, right? Because also, as we know, there is 1-2 billion, according to Musk, maybe of course not. We don't have to trust him in everything, but I think he's got a point, right? Like the reality that we are in has been formed in a similar way, like we're thinking about the metaverse that we're putting together, and there has been some consensus created in a way, if it was done, if of course we are not in a base reality. So it is interesting to understand this, that we might be part of the larger quest, basically to figure figured it out. And I just wanted to say one thing about Prospera and Liberland. It also took more than 20 years to prepare the stage to develop Prospera. Liberland is now 6 years in, and finally, we have a nice urban design, and we have the final version of the constitution, and we do have the governance laws, and the justice system has been put forward. It took a little while until the technology matured for these things, but it really gives us a next level of power to do what we want to do. Ultimately, is to create a sovereign state, and that sovereignty is of course more difficult to achieve than some sort of ZD zone, but it also comes with a great benefit at the end, right? Because if you're not sovereign, you are still somehow bound to the rules of the hosting country, which is not what Liberland is aiming for.
Thank you so much. I just want to jump one.
Because it's you and a handful of enthusiasts, generating out of your own kind of crypto wealth, fueling that, and similarly in Prospera, it's just one tiny nation, and a very small group of entrepreneurs. Yes, and if you have that, you're so kind of starved of resource, and then you have to use a lot of time. But I hope that if that space was more open and one would see a light, then I think you would get much more support and investment. And but that space is closed. Where is the crypto space open? That's something to reflect on. I mean, it
Just
really is such a loophole, such an exception kind of twist of imagination with somebody like you to break through the crust, as it were, pierce through the crust.
Can I interject here? I think there's a really interesting, I don't want to call it an opposition, but a juxtaposition between a lot of the allusions to complex emergent systems and what Sara said with respect to a control epistemology, which becomes absolutely necessary in hostile and unknown environments. And there's, I think a fundamental, real, and also epistemological disjunct here. And I'm wondering what people make of that. For example, I come out of an interest in emergent systems, and where I began, I've been focusing on cognition for quite some time, but where I began with the complex emergent systems described by Ilya Prigogine with respect to self-organization far from equilibrium in physics and chemistry. And a lot of the metaphors being brought to bear here really seem to come out of that epistemological baggage that Prigogine really was responsible for introducing into the discourse of contemporary science. But Sara's talking about something very different. And, because control systems comes out of information theory and cybernetics, and it has to do with the control of noise by information, and the suppression of noise, which means also the suppression of the unknown.
Martin, I think I was thinking about when he's talking, it's very important. Yes, something like NASA, where you put somebody, onto a mission, or you have a huge investment which could disappear in the sky, or there's a threat to life. Then yes, there's a lot of safety guards and control and safety, and everything becomes cumbersome and slow. But what I find fascinating is with DeFi, but also with the kind of project that Vít has or Prospera, actually nobody is endangered by any of what's going on here, because there's even nobody infringed upon. These are empty spaces, and all you're inviting maybe some people with energy and resource to venture into it. Similar in crypto. crypto. I mean, there's a lot of people who have, investing there. Maybe they had made they have some kind of, they're Bitcoin entrepreneurs. They've got a Bitcoin hodlers from before. They have something to play with, and they're young. They don't put their life savings on the line, and so there's nobody's lives in danger. Nobody's existence is threatened by what's going on. And the same as with Prospera. I would say you wouldn't hurt anybody. You would just open an opportunity, and if anything, it would hurt maybe the neighboring regimes are scared of being shown a competition and people voting with their feet, but that's not hurting anybody really deeply. So I think that's important reflection also to put into the mix, that what we're talking about here, and the same as with the metaverse, it's not going to be this kind of the discourse of protection and having everything to be signed off by a majority who somehow has to like it is the big paralysis. But I think it's so unnecessary, and that's important ideological battle to show that who is actually being protected and why, from what, from having a new playground. Is that really dangerous? No, it's not.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to jump in here. For a second. Sorry about this. First of all, there seems to be a problem with the Q&A box. I'm not sure if people are able to post in there. We're at 30 minutes before this was scheduled to end. We do not have to end on time. However, in fairness, we have to give members of our audience a chance to ask some questions and to interact with the panel, because we promised them to do that half an hour before we end. And then if nobody's ready to jump in, we will just continue as we're going. But kindly please jump in, people from the audience already. There's been some chat going on in the chat box, but please post your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you. And I'm sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
Would you like me to answer first, or should we see if anyone?
Yeah, go ahead and answer. We don't have a question yet from the audience, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, in response to Martin's observations, I would say the way I understand this is that a NASA mission is a very different paradigm than this fundamental new social organization of potentially everyone on the planet, if it goes well. It's a completely different animal. It's a very apples and oranges kind of comparison. A NASA mission is an organization, usually a large flagship project of at most 500 people. So the social organization, the scale of it is so much smaller, and the stakes there is, when there are human manned missions, the stakes are human life, but then also the stakes are the continuation of space programs, because particularly for government-funded space programs, each mission has to go well in order to continue to have public support to continue this type of work. So that is another one of the significant stakes, and that's more common because there are more unmanned space missions than manned space missions overall for NASA and also just generally. But I think the thing that's interesting, or perhaps could be useful to this conversation, is that there is a very defined practice in systems engineering, which is the discipline that is used to design, develop, and implement NASA missions. Is that discipline is organized around risk, which is a way to have a process around the unknown, and everything around every part of the life cycle of a mission development is organized around understanding known and unknown unknowns, and strategically developing the work around that. But it's very, very focused. It's very organized, as I said before, and it's done with a very fixed set of people and a very prescribed social organization with a very cleanly aligned singular goal. So in that way, I think it doesn't necessarily translate, but that having a rigorous process around understanding unknowns could translate possibly. I don't.
I'm just pointing out that the cognitive as well as social as well as political and economic architecture that you're describing is top down.
It's very top. It's completely
and what Patrik and the others are proposing is bottom up.
Absolutely.
And you know, all my research is basically looking at the tensions between this at the level of epistemology and at the level of cognition. And I'm just raising this not to ask for an answer, but to make transparent the fact that these are not necessarily complementary epistemologies, and that there are consequences, good and bad consequences, for the choices that we make in terms of what kind of architecture we wish to participate in.
Yeah.
And Martin, I just wanted to come back on this issue of what you seem to be calling kind of neurocognition. And I would just say kind of perceptual cognition of complex situations. And I think that's very important. But I think that shift from, let's say, a graphic interface with information and also interaction choices. Let's say the idea of a magazine page of scroll down lists and hierarchically nested menu lists and so on, which is the internet up to now.
Could I interrupt you for a second, because I'm not hearing you properly. Could you lean towards the microphone? I'm sorry about that.
Can you hear me better now?
A little bit better, yeah.
Okay, wait. I use the tool here because I think it's an interesting point for the designer to design issues here. Wait.
I wanna interject here for just a moment, because I think when we're looking at top-down systems, we can look in sort of something that is purely top-down or bottom-up. But I think in reality, what is happening on blockchain and in the space of the metaverse especially is an extremely messy hybrid of top-down and bottom-up processes that are kind of happening simultaneously, colliding by accident. I mean, all the wonderful things that happen in an open market too, you know, there's just kind of, but the issue is just kind of having the opportunity, like Twobadour was saying, to have this global audience for anybody that's coming into the metaverse in whichever kind of top-down, bottom-up state that they are, and to be able to kind of freely enact what it is that they want to do, whether it's entertainment, business, or whatever else they want to do in the metaverse. And I think it's important to recognize too that as all the technologies that are supporting something like the metaverse are also evolving, all these frameworks are in the process of kind of a liquid, you know, state. And with us is also the kind of the kind of like liquid democracy that is behind blockchain, which has to do with you know, kind of these DAOs, these distributed autonomous organizations. So kind of the messiness of it, and what comes out of that messiness is some wonderful sort of entrepreneurial, brave ventures that are kind of pushing everything along. And there's a big recognition on the part of those in the blockchain space that the discourse is really lacking kind of in popular social media and unpopular platforms. And in the blockchain space, you do see a great deal of very serious, insightful research, scientific research, like Patrik was saying, a lot of papers and conferences that are pretty heady, but are really open very much to almost any direction that somebody who wants to kind of join the effort can bring in.
Absolutely. And so I want to come back to this thing. Let's say if just this is irrespective of blockchain, this is just the fact that we're going into a spatial web, and the difference of navigating a page and clicking on an icon or a text scroll down menu is the number of items you can choose from and the navigation path. So we're now looking at these immersive environments, and there will be soon to be multi-sensory, and you have the attempt, and also in our architecture, to have many more choices, offering situations you can choose to participate and not only click on something from a scroll down menu and teleport. Also, interactions with groups which are larger, hundreds and thousands potentially. So instead of having a list of 5 participants to click on in a chat or something like this, or having and there's a lot of potential, and so to navigate a larger space and zoom in on seeing a commotion or seeing a panoramic 360 degree, you're rotating your head, you're hearing, you're feeling, going here, going there, quickly zooming in and participating. So that kind of choice menu. So it's a full sensory or full capacity to orient in complex 3-dimensional spaces translated, compared to reading and the amount in each step of, let's say, choice and path. Let's say maybe you can cope with a manifold of 100 rather than a manifold of 10. So there I see an empowerment, and also more an intuitive grasp. So we bringing into the web navigating information and interaction potentials with the full sensory cognitive capacities we've evolved. So coping much more complexity than reading a page. That is quite productive and important when if that network of interaction and things to simultaneously be aware of and potentially participant is increasing exponentially. These tools must also.
Yeah,
I call it maintaining legibility in the face of complexity, empowering the navigation of complexity.
Patrik, I'm wondering if you, first of all, at LibertyCon last year, you announced this upcoming book that I think you're still intending to publish, which is Markets and Discourses. So very excited about that. But I'm also wondering if you can kind of bring the conversation back, to your own writings, to the autopoiesis of architecture, and especially as related to how Luhmann kind of conceived of society, and how those visions are relating to something like blockchain. I mean, how the autopoiesis of architecture, your text that you published in 2011 and 2012, how will that be updated for this, or how will parametricism be updated?
Well, first of all, I mean, there's a lot of connection. Of course, we're talking about co-evolving systems that they have degrees of autonomy in terms of the internal processes. They're not remote controlled by anybody, but they're in fact discourses, which is each of these societal substances is a discourse in its own right, meaning it's a system of communication with many individual communications without control center on each of the subsystems, and then these subsystems confront each other and adapt to each other. There's no total address, no global overview, no world government, and none of this is available. But there is of course the attempt to kind of shift lens and have each of these systems has literatures. And these as well. So the discourse isn't just verbal. The discourse has multiple types of length. And we also need these treatises, which you take you a decade to put together, and thousands of pages, and they revolve slower, but so they have multiple time horizons. I think it fits quite well. I mean, Luhmann's disciple Becker was trying to shift and saying, okay, so Luhmann emphasized the concept of functional differentiation, and he was talking about networks where you emphasize more that what happens maybe cross-disciplinary, cross-function systems. I think the function systems are still remain important. But anyway, so the next stage for somebody like Becker is the network society as a new paradigm, but many things carry over. And what the way I see it in terms of that architecture is such a discourse. It needs to continuously adapt to the challenges, to the evolving is the economic, political, technological, engineering systems, and that's the challenge for our discourse. And those leaders of the field who are doing architectural theory, they need to kind of absorb what's going on in the society and environments at large to bring that back. And we are these kind of, let's say, bridge nodes back into the field, and it's so it fits. It still fits. I'm working on volume 3, which is the new practice for architecture. And I'm holding off a little bit also. And Marx's discourses, I'm also holding off. Things are so fantastically and rapidly evolving. And what I see in terms of the crypto space is not being fully integrated yet. Environmental issues and by the way, now I'm seeing the crypto space intervening and folding itself into carbon credit and carbon offset markets with a new DAO called Klima. It's interesting to see what comes out of that, using tons of carbon projects as a reserve, backing up a new cryptocurrency. So I can't. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, these things have to calm down. I have to kind of find, wash through a little bit, because I think these come in waves, cycles of innovation. So I will write it. I will finish at the end of the cycle. I don't know when it is, but so give me 10 years or 5 years.
Well, but I guess the question that
if I write it out now, I'm going to get it wrong. I'm getting it badly wrong if I try to write this now, finish this now.
How is all of this going to play into this post-pandemic scenario? Not that that's the only thing that's going to influence what's happening next, but a lot of things are being influenced by that, at least in the short term, but certainly on the positive end. The thing that has been influenced is this huge acceleration of the digital, which has been foreseen for years and years, people only shopping online, people only working online. And finally, we really tested it in a very robust way. So I guess I'm posing this question to everyone. I'm kind of hoping Shajay will jump in here, because he looks a great deal at the gamification of architecture, which is a very participatory kind of take on architecture. And I'm just wondering if you can comment on that and kind of open the discussion in another direction.
Yeah, I mean, I think like it's maybe related to the previous topic of, bottom up and top down kind of systems. And one of the things that like really attracted me to the whole crypto space, and for sure I have zero expertise, but I have a lot of, let's say, curiosity, is exactly this, experimentation on the participation dimension. Like there, like all kinds of voting systems, quadratic system, or like proof of, also the proof of stake, like by randomly selecting people. Like every one of these consensus mechanisms that is being tested, like through each blockchain that comes out, like every Monday morning, is like, to me, like is something that like we want to actively look at, because like that surely will play we can incorporate some of those things into the way we govern the built environment, because and one of the people that we follow with also with Vera knows him, is Sam Bauman, who is like was the ex-director of the Adam Smith Institute here in London, and like they've been trying to get like a small piece of victory through legislation about like street level democracy, meaning like people on the street can actually decide to extend their house. Like right now there is permitted development, like you can only extend into your court, into your backyard or front yard a little bit, like 1 meter. And now they're just trying to extend that to like add a floor, which is going to unleash like a whole economic process through that, right? Because you have to build stuff, and like neighbors, you can negotiate with your neighbors peer to peer, like whether you want to sell your rights. It's another thing that Sam talks about is like there should not be that it should not be inalienable. Your right to vote should not be inalienable. You should be able to sell it. Like, and that's what like things like Klima are doing, right? Like you could like sell your carbon credits for now, like, and like later purchase them back and so on. Like, I think it's introducing gray where there was only black and white, and that to me is like really fascinating about blockchains and how that can like all the experimentation that's going on can translate into the way the built environment can be governed like in a decentralized way. For the most part, of course, there are like, you know, the classic problems of coordination and like you know, tragedy of the commons type of scenarios that could arise. And but even there, like the answers are coming from the blockchain system. Like, how do you even speculate or forecast like what kind of incentive structures are gonna likely to go wrong? Like, yeah, people are actively thinking about these things, like both like on the safety aspect, like when can the mechanism design go wrong? And it apparently, one of the common examples that they say of mechanism design going wrong is in the Bitcoin mining mechanism design, where like the miners at some point had like no incentive to stop mining, and so like that made the price go through and like and consume a lot of electricity, for example. Like it's not an inherent feature of proof of work, but like the misalignment of incentives like kind of cause only partially like that consent, like that incentives incentivizing extra consumption of electricity, for example. So I think like in general, I'm very much enthused by the experimentation that is going on, like in consensus mechanisms, that I think like translates very much into the way we govern the where we could govern the built environment. Yeah.
I mean, it's an explosion of models of participating, of coordinating, as you know, democracies have invested, and for 100 years we had three models where we had the partnership, the corporation, and then the publicly limited shareholding company, and that is everything you do and see is generated through this one model. Is incredibly you know, frozen up, and it's not every new blockchain. Every single app is inventing and designing its own structure of governance and participation and incentive mechanisms and voting mechanisms, with a lot of interesting nuance. Of course, that maybe certain standards will emerge, and there are, but there's also, you know, each week there's innovations on that front, and that's the thrill. So you know, if that compares, there's you know literally everything from any producer of a washing machine to somebody's delivering a sandwich, to a bank, to an airline, to aircraft maker, is one organizational model, and the space is totally because it's so kind of over there's so much hangs on that, and there's so much machinery, which regular machinery is also kind of tugged onto that and it's been there's no experimentation, and here we have a space where there's an enormous experimentation. And I think in the political system, think about it. I mean, this kind of model of a handful of party representative democracy with voting every 4 years, that's now the universal model. It doesn't work. I would argue it's full of demagogy, corruption, information processing problems. If you put the lens or put the microscope at any point, it explodes in dysfunctionality. But it is sold as the one and only model, which is the end of history, once that has arrived in all kind of nation states, which is a kind of superfluous and outlived category altogether, full of paradoxes, ethical, economically, and politically. yeah, I mean, and it's the bankruptcy of the legacy system. You just have to put them next to what's going on, and in that moment where the crust has been burst.
No, just say a word here. First of
beginning
all,
of
Sara.
History. History
First of all,
starts all
Sara. Sara has to leave in a couple of minutes, so I really wanted to thank her. And also, we are nearing the end. It's about 5 minutes before our scheduled time was supposed to end. We can continue a little bit, but I wanted to say a few words of thanks to the audience, to the people that are here with us, and also we should save some of these great conversations for the continuation next week. I hope Sofiane will be able to join us at that time, because I really wanted to dig in with him a little bit about the creator economy and what he's doing with that in Newlife.ai. And of course, to continue with Martin, and he's going to be speaking next week. Sara, unfortunately, will not join us next week, so I wanted to leave a little bit of space for her to say a few words, or for you guys to interact with her before she has to go, which is in about 5 minutes.
Thank you, Daniela. I just wanted to say thanks so much to you and to Lars for having me, and it's been really, really fascinating to hear all the presentations. This is an exciting moment, and I'm just happy to learn about it, really. So thank you.
Thank you so much for coming and participating in this. Also, Gustavo Alfonso Rincon, who has been a very great supporter of this event via social media. He's always posting likes to me and thanking me via Messenger. I wanted to give him a chance to say a few words, because he asked a good question a few minutes ago. And so, Gustavo, I think the easiest way would be to make you a panelist for a couple of minutes. Sorry to catch you off guard like this. I hope you don't mind. And just to have you maybe interact with us a little bit, if you want to unmute your mic and ask your question directly. So you're now part of the panel. If you want to say a few words, or if you want to repose your question via chat, that would be fine.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you very much for putting together a very compelling and provocative panel today. I think I just want to just rephrase my question this way. With all the potential that we have, thinking about the metaverse, cryptocurrency, and NFTs, how do you see this type of technology progressing at a policy level internationally? Currently, I'm working on policy for arts, culture, and entertainment for the state of California, but it seems as though that the laws are not equipped to handle the potential of this new space. Anyone in the panel, can you respond?
I will leave you all to answer that really excellent question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sara.
Thank you, Sara.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sara.
I mean, they're absolutely not able to handle it, and they come in with a sledgehammer. I mean, there is backroom dealings, that infrastructure bill without discourse, without debate in Congress or anywhere else. They're slipping in, radical empowerment legislation handed down to agencies. And then there's going to be backroom pressure on the agencies from the big banks, etc. So the political process shows itself to be absolutely corrupt, abysmal, not compared to the standards of transparency and open discourse you find in those who they attack and undermine. There's demagogy about protection, about tax evasion, and many other things. So it's a problem, and it's the problem to maybe for some people in the space who want to have that legitimacy of having regulation, and they're actually developing. It should be coming out of the space itself. It's industry self-regulation, and I think that's going to achieve more than what governments can do. And you can see it's also in climate change discourse, these kind of voluntary carbon markets, voluntary commitment of zero carbon pledges, and the way they interface with market processes and self-governance processes is achieving much more than any political accord, where the US is kind of have been walking away from accords. So I think that the political regulatory intervention is, we have to be very much on the ball, and it's going to. But I think the community and the ecosystem is organizing a heavy pushback, because then something can be tolerated, around. And to recognizing that the new opportunities, and ultimately it should lead to opening up other space as well. To some extent, legacy firms and projects and banks and so on will rightly say, what we are all kind of, we have these concrete walls we can't penetrate. We have compliance regimes which costing us, 30% of operational costs and killing us. We have so many problems. It should work the other way, that actually that openness, it should not lead to kind of killing the space by over-regulation. It should actually be a kind of melting of regulation generally coming from that. Maybe new regimes more nimble, more diversified. There's a big political debate to be had, and it's a global debate. The curiosity is also, of course, that the initial, the various governments are national governments, and these systems are absolutely borderless. So there's no way you can actually, China can announce that it can stop it in its territory, but that doesn't mean that these spaces, no single country can stop what's going on. They can slow it down, and they can prevent institutional investors, and it's more the benefits of those being rolled out more. So I don't know. It's going to be an interesting political debate, and I think it's going to be a big challenge to the whole political machinery. And we'll see. I'm hopeful that this is not it's gone too far to come back with the sledgehammer, and these kind of mistakes, these missteps of some of the regulators and incoherencies, they're exposed, and they're enough potent and eloquent and resourceful forces in the world, which can kind of channel that. Some of that will happen, but I hope it's not a one-way street of bringing. You can't bring this stuff under the current regime. It needs a new regime with more trust in process and private processes, and these and the regulators, agencies. Yes, they've been ramping up. But they're ultimately it's too costly for them to try to control what's going on. That's simply impossible. And you will have private agencies, like you have rating agencies, in playing an important role in the legacy financial systems. But again, these markets are highly protected, so they need to be opened up. But why isn't there several new rating agencies coming in? I know some people try to form a kind of fourth global player out of Europe. There's a lot of things frozen up. It's fascinating, but I think this needs to be given time, and I think the ethos of social responsibility, of legitimacy, of participation, of also risk awareness and risk rating and transparency and information services, all of that, and critical it's really promising that is probably going to be a more sophisticated self-regulation, which one could trust perhaps more than relying on the political machinery, which has been regulating and paralyzing the legacy system. So that's what I see. It's really interesting interfacing. Anyway, my pitch.
I think one big factor will be competition between jurisdictions. So you see already, Portugal trying to attract crypto people by making, a tax cut on crypto, and then you see Liechtenstein trying to create a new securities token framework where they try to attract that kind of stuff. And yeah, and then you see, the US and China and how they try to attract and foster innovation versus ban innovation and the consequence it can have in their countries. And so I think that in the long run, regulators will have to choose between basically sabotaging themselves or kind of partnering and finding ways to, because I do think that DAOs, for example, can be a great asset for regulators, because a lot of things cannot be, a lot of AI algorithms and so on. As we discussed earlier, the diversity of all those apps and all those mechanism designs, it's very difficult to create a framework that would cover all the possibilities. So I think that having something more layered where the DAO would be more like local government, like the city level, the mayor, and then like nations more managing like federal level, let's say, with core principles. I think that's where this is all heading, because there has to be at some point a transfer, and we have seen it already in the past with eBay, for example, or PayPal, where there is already a dispute management mechanism that can apply to very small transactions and so on. The problem is that it's centralized, so it's a bit like China. There was recently, there was the story with WikiLeaks that was completely cut off from PayPal, and they went to Bitcoin, and then it turned into something very good for them. And so all those like very centralized models have already achieved it, and now it's about redoing the same with even more internet culture, with even more knowledge, but in a decentralized way, to avoid this kind of situation where recently also one YouTuber was kicked out just because one person decided at YouTube. And it was in the middle of, Anthony Pompliano, I think, a big Bitcoin YouTuber. He was making an announcement about Bitcoin ETF and stuff, and suddenly, boom, his channel was all gone. This is the kind of stuff that Web3 is going to change. But all the knowledge that we accumulated over the past 20 years, I think is just going to inherit all those systems, and any smart government will want to kind of delegate to those internet systems the management of those situations.
One more thing in the same thing that like at least gives me optimism is that like there's a increasing like talent mismatch on two sides of the the battle, right? Like, I mean, on the one hand, there are like these institutions like the SEC, like kind of going to battle with like very old like very old weapons, and also like all the young talented people who would have ended up becoming central bankers from like economics and finance are like ending up in game finance and ending up in DeFi, like so it's kind of clear that like at least on the talent front, like all the clever people are ending up on the decentralized side, like and that makes me think that anybody who can reason like will end up like on that side, right? Like anybody who exercises reasoning like will end up on that side. But and maybe like another thing that Sofiane said resonates with me is like the emergence of like, Miami coin and like all these kind of city coins or city enclaves, like that will attract like this talent, like, and so geographically there will be that battle between cities, perhaps, like between Zug and Miami, and between Dubai and Seoul or Singapore, like so there's that. Like genuinely, like the pandemic, like I look forward to after the pandemic, like for being able to be citizens of multiple cities, like more than multiple nations.
So with that, I'm going to, I think I'm going to close this session, and we will continue next week. But I'm going to give everybody a chance for a couple of minutes to say your last words, kind of try to bring this to a summary, and then I will close with announcing who's here next week and what this event has been about. So please, if you can one by one, just say a couple of words, and then we'll continue next week.
See you all in the metaverse. That's all I want to say.
Hopefully in 2 weeks or maybe 3, we'll be able to run around. So I'm also looking forward to it, and it will be a completely different way to explain to the people what we're planning. And I'm also looking forward to have like a proper presentation for Liberland itself inside of the space, right? Like there will be a proper pitch, potentially right behind you somewhere, Patrik, on that wall where we will put out the next steps for the development of Liberland, both virtual and physical.
Yeah, Patrik had a subliminal message all throughout, like there's the Liberland flag behind him.
Well, thank you, everyone. I don't know if you want to say a couple of words, Robert and Lars, before we depart, and Sofiane, if you want to say a couple of last words.
Yeah, sure.
I just want to say thank you. You are awesome. It was a great pleasure to listen to you and to see all those perspectives and how we can come from very different backgrounds, but still come to consensus about very important topics.
Yeah, same for me. I think, Daniela, thank you for curating this. I think it was a super interesting evening, seeing all these presentations from totally different backgrounds, but clearly feeling that there's this common framework. I think very well could contribute to, and I'm really looking forward to next week to see the next iteration of this.
Yeah, come on over to the dark side, right?
As we are in sort of reference to sci-fi movies, and one that took us, or is taking us to spaces we've never gone before, has already left us. I think it's also good to reflect back on the spaces we don't go to anymore. So the vacant lots in Chicago, and I think really that the exciting presentations you gave today also are very hopeful for those spaces as they become addressable and incentivized. So yeah, thanks a lot. And as we embark on new things, I think there's also a lot of exciting stuff, exciting potential for the old in there. So yeah, thanks.
And thank you, Lars, so much for co-moderating and kind of brainstorming over the last few months. And I just want to mention the people that are going to be presenting next week are Philippe Morel, Martin Rosenberg, who was here today, R.Neumayr, who's with us, Alicia Nachman Vasquez, Vera Kichanova, who had to leave a little bit earlier, Mohsin Massoud, and Scott Bayer. So this has been the first part of the ArchAgenda debates, which is subtitled Cyber Urban Incubators in the Blockchain Metaverse. And I hope you all come back next week. And thank you very much for a wonderful session.